Okay. Hello. What's up, Ariel? Trying to decide what I'll play after this tonight. I remember what all is leaving Game Pass soon. Yeah, we're just doing the DLC or the update content right now. I've got like one more ending I'm gonna get real quick. I was just waiting some in-game days for, and then I'll update content. Honestly, I think where the update content's placed, it kind of slows the pace down a little too much. I would have honestly been fine probably just not bothering, but I want to see what they're doing. I enjoyed the game for the most part pretty well, so. You played Citizen Sleeper? Yeah, I like it. I think it's cool. I really like the music. I think how they handle time and resource stress works really well with the story. I don't think any of the stories really like just super hard resonate with you, but that's because you don't really spend a whole lot of time with each of them, but it's always engaging. Which is cool. I think the music does a lot, and I think in general the structure of it, the menu heavy kind of spinning around the space system, I think works for the length of it, which is why I think near the end here with the update stuff, it's, I wouldn't say losing me more. I still think it's really cool, but like you can feel that it's update stuff. There's nothing else really going on. You're just kind of doing like one thing. And while some of those stories might be interesting, it was more the myriad of other stories happening at once. And how those affected your survival that I think was when it was at its strongest. I think when it's just you following just like a single thread, it probably slows down a little too much. That's okay. No, I think it's cool. I enjoy it. I could definitely see it not being for everybody. You know, it's a lot of reading. There's not a whole lot of visual stuff. I think what visual stuff there is clean and works well with what they're trying to do. I like the idea. It feels unique, but I mean, you know, literally what you see right here is what you get the whole game. I think you could probably have a few more like pictures of like areas when people pop up or something, or just drawn ones, or a few event pictures or something maybe. Yeah, it's not everybody's cup of tea for sure. It works for me. I, you know, do plenty of stuff that's just mostly reading, but I would say that most of the writing, I was explaining it yesterday, is it's engaging. I don't think it's writing where you're gonna be just emotionally, oh, but it presents some cool sci-fi concepts. Generally, the stories, I mean, if you just broke them apart, would probably be like 30 minutes long. So it gives like a nice, you know, tight enough, just unique story that when you're doing like 10 of those at the same time and you're leveling up your character and trying to play with RNG and play with time and play with resources and stuff, it makes for a pretty cool bit. But yeah, if you don't like any of that stuff, yeah, I mean, I think it's worth giving another try. I think if this is too much reading for you, I'd play Opus Echoes of Star Song. It's very similar in how it handles world building. And it's a bit more in your face where you actually like walk around with the character sometimes. I mean, it still has like events on the map and stuff. It's a really good one. But yeah. It's weird because I think it's, really solid, but I also don't want to like keep grinding out the end of this. It's not really a grind per se, but my character hasn't died yet. The beginning of the game is much tighter. It becomes much more free as you get going and don't have to worry about stuff. Which kind of is how it works in the narrative too. I mean, you'll get hungry and you'll have less dice, so you need to prioritize what matters a bit better, but once you start getting ahead, you don't have to worry about it later, which I think they line up really well with the story. No, I haven't had any like game overs. I mean, you're moving up in different communities, different places to live. You're not gonna have like the company after you because you break your, tracking, stuff like that. How easy it is to get like stabilizers to keep your health up becomes way more simple. I mean, as you go, there's just like less timers and stuff. I mean, in a way, you could say you go up, but it's more that you just become more familiar with the city and a bigger part of like more people's lives, if you will. It's not really about like going up like a ladder or anything, I guess. Unlocking new parts of the city to explore and shit like that. Yeah, it's mostly about the writing and shit. Fuck, Bliss. I still don't know why she did it. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. Jesus. My sound reset? That was loud as fuck. Oh, still 13, it's just loud. Yeah, I'm really excited for that. I'm kind of just doing small stuff and buying my time. I won't be getting it day one because I'm renting it, but I'm hoping to get it by Saturday. If I'm lucky, I'll get it Friday or Saturday. If I'm unlucky, and it's more likely to be unlucky, it'll be Monday, Tuesday. I will cry and shit, yeah. Yeah, they'll probably send me Tears of the Kingdom either today or tomorrow. Like they'll put it out, but we'll see. Something happening. I don't know, they're building up the size a little bit here. The scale. Would be a good way to do it. Like I said, I think at the end of the game here, when I don't have any other threads going on, and you're not hitting all these different little chunks of story at once to kind of keep you engaged, then you have to kind of just focus on a single one. Well, I don't think the writing's like bad or anything. I think it's the writing quality in this definitely shines most when you're always having like all sorts of different stuff happening, and you're immersing yourself in the world and seeing all these new things and shit, and following through just kind of like these tight little stories. When we're just doing DLC, it's like we're just sitting out here on the outskirts, kind of just doing like really gameplay heavy stuff. And not bad, but it's not its strongest. So if they up the engagement from just a singular story and the focus on it, then that'd be fine. The wave. Find me on the flotilla. Are we actually gonna go to like a new area or something? Two scrap. I think I've been just building up random resources, just expecting to use more scrap. Oh, cool. We're actually getting like new areas and stuff. Nice. It was good. I'm glad that in the second update they're like, okay, we can't just have that. I mean, they probably, yeah, the area before this was probably new too. It just looks like it's connected to the ship. Obviously, it's just going to be focused on one story. I mean, the first episode was pretty intensive. Time and stuff. So. We'll check these out tomorrow. You have to do all the scenes. I was like, I'll check them out tomorrow and be ready for some timer. No new people. Etymology. Hui. Yeah, I got one new game coming in before Zelda, probably. Ramble the Mountain King, so hopefully that's cool. That one's definitely flown under the radar. I mean, most shit I'm playing is, but that one's pretty new and people seem to like it on Steam at least. People liked Cult of the Lamb on Steam. That one was kind of iffy, so. But yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, I'm trying to decide maybe if I want to do a Zelda game after this, another one. I'd probably do like Wind Waker, but I do, but I also kind of want to do new shit. But I do like Wind Waker. So. I thought about doing Majora's just because we just did Ocarina, but it's not like I have any problem with Majora's. I think it's one of the best ones, but I'm just kind of in a Wind Waker mood. So maybe we'll do that. We'll see. I'd have to set up the Wii and all that. The Flux. You gonna tell me about the Flux, buddy? His little cage he's got, man. Rusted. How do they usually handle those shipments, Goto? Do they send it like a day or two before, like Gamefly does, or what? Really, pal? This guy sees any opportunity he can get. Hey, tell me about this cataclysmic event that's happening in possibly the galaxy. He's like, nah, not without you giving me some fucking fries or water or something. I'm hoping the rest of this DLC doesn't have as many like big heavy timers like that last one. There's only so many times you could do that over and over. That one was like it wasn't like fucked or anything, but cool just to dig into some story and focus a little less on those two characters and just hitting a lot of like timer points. Cool. Okay, good. Well, I'm glad they decided. Because, yeah, if it was just going to be like this DLC, that was fine as like a send off. But yeah, if you're going to do more, then making it like a whole thing is definitely the way to go. Can I rest out? Okay, I have to do all the active. Every last one of them. Revival. Okay, is that gonna like go down? Or is it just easier to go up since we did that other? Hopefully it just helped. Because failure does seem to be like it was an option. So I'd say Peak and Ash are not super interesting. They're alright, but fresh. But more just how they slot into the overarching story of the flotilla than anything. I do like how they've introduced like a larger scale event. That's mysterious though. Usually things are more local, so this kind of throws a little spice in there. Our weapons and now they're gone. Nice. It's within the system. The epicenter. And I do think that, yeah, near the end, you don't use the net data world quite as much. So it's good that they're bringing that in a bit. Are they? I think Ash is a little bit more bitchy and standoffish. Where Antika, she was that way by the end. She had a little bit more personality though. You think? I don't know. I mean, I don't like Ash much. That's why I'm glad there's new characters popping in here. She's just kind of like she's interesting in a way because she is just like super standoffish no matter how much you help. Just by her not being angry at you. But yeah, it's a bit annoying after a while. I don't know, I don't think they're that similar. Maybe it's just the circumstances of their stories. Until Antika ends up shooting that dude, she's not really that bitchy. Well, I mean, the gameplay is pretty much, yeah, the same. It just gets a little easier, I suppose. The structure will be the same. I mean, your character will get better and you'll be able to, like, manipulate. That's why it works really well on, like, the 10 to 15 hour time span it has. But this is DLC shit. Or it's free. They updated the game over a year with, like, 5 or 6 hours of new shit, which is quite a bit for free updates. But yeah. I don't think if you liked the first like 3 or 4 hours, you probably wouldn't like the rest. Unless it was just the timers that got you. Because they stop happening. The Dust House. Why are some of these flotilla people such assholes? Make yourself useful. Like, get like nothing out of it. It's just to help. But they still make demands, man. Like, shut up. That's exactly what Ash did. She hasn't gotten any better. What is the transaction? Just learning? Oh, well, gotta learn more about your people. Have to pay the price. They're that worth it. Suppose they don't have time for bullshit is the idea, though. 2 more days on this shit. Some mushrooms. Yeah, I don't know if I should farm anymore. Hey, read those? I could farm these and wait a day. Alrighty. I need the survival one. Lux data. I have to put in good shit. Where's he? Yeah. Why is this red? Wouldn't this be like a positive thing we want to do? We're supposed to do these first. Who knows? Don't go outside. Yeah, they're talking about it in the streets. Yeah, I've been doing a pretty decent job of avoiding stuff, but I'm sure when it officially is out, it'll be a little harder. Only problem is playing it a little later. think today's the day we get one of the endings. Or 2. Maybe it's the next day. It's a lot of fucking days, man. Needed to get to that shit. Okay, it is today. Meanie. I guess we'll go first and then we'll stay. Wonder if we ever get anything with that, or if that's totally just something they just leave hanging, which would be fine. But beat yourself. How would you fucking live, dude? The stabilizers, man. Why do they even have a picture of them and they fucking look totally different? Don't have much of a recognizable face, like a human face, really. Considering what your character looks like. Jesus. Happy ending right there, man. Yeah, that's my thing, man. How the fuck would you even stay alive? Through all that, man. It's supposed to be a decades-long journey. In a ship. Oh, and I watched the rest of the Ethan storyline, because you can do that storyline and still break your tracker. But if you break your tracker, then you can't see the rest of his. But he essentially just betrays you again. But when he's in the act of betraying you, the other mercenary shoots him, because he was already there. And Ethan thought he was going to get like a 50-50 with the guy, but he just shot him. And then you use this gun to shoot the other guy. No enthusiasm for being carried forward by the dreams of others. Yeah. I guess they give you that line because this is the last chance to like leave. I guess that would be our actual ending. I'd be fine leaving it there, but we got the DLC shit. I know it's like this thing. It's like, yeah, they're both cool, but it's like, how is she gonna survive? It's decades. The company's obviously being like wacky. happened, yeah, for decades, and for fuck's sakes, man, they might not even be like that at all. It's a long trip, dude. You think they'd put them in cryo? I guess they do have some of them in cryo, but some of them have to actually work on the ship. That was a pretty heavy-duty ending, though. They kind of show you what your next couple decades of your life's gonna be. Those kinds of endings are cool. I think True Colors did one like that too. I'm surprised. Out of all the games to think of, I suppose, off the top of my head, I think that one did that. Make yourself useful. How big are these ships supposed to be? I imagine they're supposed to be massive. Depth Silk. I'm gonna be the giant worm. The dune worms. I think they showed a poster for the new one. I mean, I figured they were making it, but I didn't remember for sure, but I guess they are. I liked the first one. The atmosphere and like the cinematography was really good. Wonder if they're gonna give you another option to leave with the DLC people. That'll be different. We'll find out. Or we'll come to some kind of something. We'll see. Waiting for it to be some kind of crazy tech thing. Holy shit, can mess with. I mean, obviously being friendly with those people in a game, I was thinking about it yesterday, and it's a very gamey kind of way. So like there might be times where I would be like, I would pick this personally instead, because the natural tendency for games to tend to reward like positive type of stuff with like more content or like continuing like quest threads or something is like a common enough thing. You kind of like lean on that. You're like, oh, you know, it's not what I think. It's more like this is what's gonna get us more stuff kind of deal. In this instance, I think some kind of like emulated consciousness robot that, despite having it harder than most of these people, decide to just like help people for most of their time, I think is a cool thing. So I think it kind of works in like an RP kind of way, but I do think that's interesting. Because usually in games, it's like the good guy type of shit, you just get more out of it. Even if the bad guys... That's the thing, is like sometimes it's just black and white, right? It's cool when it's more gray or when there's obviously more... no difference in like content or the amount. It's just like where the stories go and like an actual like thing, actual choices. That's the problem, is you'll get like, you know, some bad guy story or some, you know, not evil but more gray or just an asshole type of thing, and it's like, oh, you just kill somebody, right? And then, well, they don't ever have their story have anything happen after that. It's like, I mean, that can be fun in the right context, but I think in the terms of a game where it's not just like the real world where you just end up going and doing more shit but then you don't have anything else to do in that world, I feel like more of an effort to make those kinds of moments continue on in some kind of fashion would be nice. So I like the ones like your Eliza's or something where it's like a lot more gray and they're all treated with like a equal amount of respect. They might not all have equal content, but you don't feel like you're gaming the system just to like see the fucking stuff they made. And this, I don't think it's a problem. Like I said, I think being the more helpful is good, and some of these choices are just for flavor. Some of them are not, though. They don't tell you which, but... The next Flux event. Eatable. Any reason not to do these first if there's no bad timer against me? I could do some other thing, but might as well do the shit that's not gonna fuck me over. Did they put a home over here? Even if there's not any food. Would be interesting to have 3 chances to leave the system. just say, yep, I'm staying. And these storylines, sometimes. I don't think it's like it's not like really like binary like Mass Effect or something. There's no right and wrong. Yeah, I would say it leans definitely more on gray than it does on like a binary choice. I don't think it's like impressively gray or anything. I think stuff like, more nuance, or that's just exploring topics without really needing to reinforce some kind of binary RPG good and evil choice. I think pull that off a little better. I guess Disco is kind of like that. Eliza's like that. But I think it definitely leans more on trying to be gray and nuanced, and I think that creates a much more interesting world, and one that's much more easier to like immerse in. I mean, the world isn't binary evil and good always, right? So it's harder to not write that way because that's just like really easy out. And obviously for certain kinds of stories, like fantasy ones and stuff, it's easier to pull that off. But I don't know, I find it more interesting, I guess. This game has choices for sure. Definitely near the end of a lot of arcs and stuff. Some of those can be maybe harder choices, but you generally gotta do all the choices if they lead to endings. So it's not a huge deal there. And then also, a lot of your choices as you go are just kind of dictate the flow of the conversation, but probably not like what's gonna happen. It's more about like learning stuff and doing the content. I mean, there's definitely like choices in terms of what you're gonna go do in the game and when you're gonna do it and stuff, but that's a bit more of like a puzzle than it is like a narrative thing. So. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I would say when it's actually got some choices, it's probably... Yeah, it depends. There's a variety of stories. Some of them, it's kind of like a gamey choice. I'm like, maybe this will lead to something, even though this person's clearly an asshole. It's like, oh, this is like, this guy's a good guy, but, I just want to get it to its end, but it's kind of a process. Like, it just depends. Some of them are more gray, or unforeseen things happen. Yeah, I feel like just even talking about it, I feel like when we mention gray, it's more like the difference between like really basic ass writing and like halfway decent writing. Cause like, I don't know, man. I mean, most situations are not, like I said, some kind of clear cut thing. I mean, it works in like like a Dragon Quest or something like that, but. And obviously there are people who are just pure fucks, right? And people who are pretty benevolent or something. But like, yeah, for all the choices to just kind of be like that. I don't want to say that's always like the mark of like shit writing, because that's not necessarily true at all. There's really good things that obviously incorporate that stuff, but yeah, I think if you're trying to be a bit more heavy on world building and like nuance and all that kind of stuff, probably really surface level binary choices like that aren't always the most interest. They're not always the sign of like good shit. I guess what I'm trying to say is maybe it just comes with the territory. If you're making like an actual immersive, interesting world, that your choices aren't gonna really end up just really obvious like that. Or if they do, maybe the unforeseen, the consequences of them will be more in line with what you think. Because I might do something in reality that I think is, morally right. I mean, I try to always be like that, I guess, right? Like, why wouldn't I? Most people probably do. But you never know what'll happen. Or in games, it's like a lot of times, you're a good guy. You get the good thing. You're a bad guy, it's more like funny. And maybe you get dicked over on content. But I guess it just depends on the games. But that's more for games that have binary choices, I don't think. There's plenty of games that don't really bother with that kind of shit. Geth versus Quarian part in ME3. I remember Mass Effect 3 more. I remember 1 and 2 a lot better. Ooh. Ooh, excuse me. Yeah, Mass Effect tries to make hard choices sometimes. Where either they're truly like unforeseen, or if they're they are more gray, because you'll have some choices in Mass Effect that don't have a good guy bad guy thing. It's either like left or right or something like that. I like Mass Effect's writing overall. I'm not trying to say it's like bad, but Mass Effect does have like a more clear like you just get, you know, more rewarded, or like it's easy to make the decision based on like a gamey morality slider, because you know top right's always going to be a good guy thing, so you could pretty much just spam through it without much thought. And I don't find that to be terribly, when you have a game system in your mind when you're making a choice, you aren't making a choice in the world, right? Because that's not how the real world works. All the right stuff through 2 all the way to you get to say both. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing with like the Suicide Run, is there is like a right way to do everything and like a perfect ending. I don't know. I mean, I assume you could still get those even if you're being a renegade. I'm not sure. Thing is, even if you're a renegade in Mass Effect, you're still the good guy by the end. It's not like they're gonna make it so the entire game goes off track. It's more how it flavors it, but yeah. I don't know. And in one way you could just say, well, it's making sure all the options are there, right? That everybody can survive, but you don't need to worry about it, kind of thing. But, you know, in a gamey way, that means you failed somewhere. And so it's more about failure states, gimmick, like trying to manipulate a fucking, like a morality slider, and I find all those things gonna be fucking annoying. I don't like manipulating morality sliders and stuff. I mean, I like Mass Effect a lot, don't get me wrong. I think it's a fine way of using it, but I think since Mass Effect and stuff, way too many games will try to use that. And obviously, like, maybe some older games would do that too, but no, some of those aren't always gonna have like really robust stories. But when something's trying to like ape like a Mass Effect or be really story heavy and it's like morality sliders, I just find it lame. Because it's not, you're not thinking about the story. You're not like, okay, what's happening right now? What is going to happen if I do this in this situation? Like the scale, like the small scale, like, and respecting the writing enough to actually like have like a story that changes and things that change over time and consequences for your choice. You're thinking about, oh, if I want to get all of the rewards and see the most change possible, I have to max Paragon or max Renegade, right? Yeah, the final Mass Effect one will not shoot himself in the head. You will not be able to like talk your way through most situations if you're not Paragoned out. You have to like pick one and roll with it. And so you stop caring about like actual choices and the right there. Like you might be immersed in them a little bit, you're not ignoring them, but like the main driving factor of your choices is like the point slider. I think that's lame. I'd rather point sliders disappear and the writing just be good enough where things just happen. Like I could just do something bad, but I don't get caught, it doesn't matter, right? It just depends on the situation, and that's like way harder to write and do. but like it's more real, which is more immersive. Straight up genocide, yeah. Well, that's because they knew they had to make another game. That's the problem, is you can't, when you're a big scale AAA game, you can't just like have an extremely like fleshed out, super interesting consequences for choices that like spiral into different areas and stuff. You still have to have everybody run through the content, and it has to lead into the next game. That's why stuff that's smaller scale, or stuff that's like, I mean, even like a Disco Elysium, I mean, it's in a way smaller scale. I mean, it's not a very big place, but it's much more focused on like a myriad of different ways of like handling things, and more kind of like immersive world building, because they don't need to have like, you know, oh shit, you know, I have to make a second giant alien chase scene for the Renegade instead, right? I don't know, maybe it's just the land more of like like a VN or like a small scale kind of like immersive game, but I do think that kind of like budgetary concerns really affects that kind of writing. It's like Telltale games, right? It's like fake choices, because they're not going to make like 5 games at once. That would be an amazing game probably, but like they're always going to have the choices be pretty superficial because they're not going to make more content. I think it's fine in Mass Effect because that's just kind of what you know, right? I mean, Mass Effect's like, there's choices and stuff. But at the end of the day, because like I said, the budget and shit like that, like, I mean, in a dream world, I would prefer that, yes, it wasn't there, and instead of me getting slightly more fiery veins or whatever, like in Mass Effect or something, it was more like, you know, just things happen, right? Like, things happen. Oh, on my playthrough, X and Y and Z did this in this small quest, and then this guy, XYZ, did, you know, this other small thing, and then that maybe didn't affect anything, but maybe this person did this thing and it affected stuff, but then they did like a nice guy thing, and just have it all kind of like this very complex web of like things connecting into each other and stuff, and it's not based off of like point sliders, but just what you did, not having these big fail states or big end states, right? Like, oh, you don't get to see, you know, the guy shoot himself in the head, or, you know, everybody dies in your thing, which means, you know, these people don't appear. And I think that's another thing with Mass Effect, is you'll make big choices and they don't always have like big impact. Like the Mass Effect 1, to kill off that alien race, the ones that like speak through your mind or whatever, they like appear for like a millisecond. Mass Effect 3, that kind of stuff sucks too. I just think the thing is with Mass Effect, the budget's too big. The Rachni, yeah. The budget is way too not the budget, the scale of the game, the AAA standard of it is way too much to pull off a truly like complicated story and still have a lot of big Hollywood set pieces and stuff. If it was mostly dialogue and mostly just walking around and stuff, you could probably pull it off, just highlighted with some events, or if it was like a tighter game. But like, I mean, with the money they have, they probably could do it, because I mean, but I don't know. It's like, if they want you to go on some big alien fight mission, but that could be something that's like drastically changed, or something that's totally, you know, gone depending on like a choice you make, and it's not just 2 or 3 choices, it's like a bunch of like factors weighing in on stuff. I think the problem is just like more and more immersion is getting it slightly closer to like how reality is. I mean, you don't want it to be reality exactly, you want it to be focused enough, but maybe blur some of those little lines. It's like, there's a lot of things going on in reality at once. And a lot of things that intersect with other stuff, and In a game, it's like you have to develop just a certain amount of things. So it's a lot easier to be like, okay, well, I'm going to write all these. They're not going to really change much. But then these things will change a lot. And we'll put dev time into that. But it's like, I don't know. Yeah, I think they could. And I think they should. I think if they just left it Paragon Renegade, it'd be fine. At that point, it would depend more on the Hollywood story they're trying to tell. I never found the choices in Mass Effect to be like super like whoa, you know. It was more that it was kind of like one of those like fake Zelda choices. It was more that like I had a choice. That was the immersive part, not really that I was gonna ever choose anything different. Because you're always like I'm always going like Paragon once you choose it, right? Like maybe there'd be a few times I wouldn't just because I'm that immersed, where I just decide I don't want to do it, but. Generally, it's like you want the benefits of it. It's too gamey of a system. I think Mass Effect probably handled that system for its time the best they could. I think it's really interesting in that game because the stories and the world building solid enough while still having like kind of like a AAA budget. But I think everything that's copied it since, and some of the stuff that came before, it's kind of like, I find it really just kind of annoying now. I mean, when games are still like, stories and games are still kind of like growing and stuff like that, like, it makes sense to have a more rudimentary like choice system like that. Where like it really works at the time and all that, but like, it's never the dream. I'm sure that was never like, God, this is perfect. This is, you know, we never want this to be any different. I'm sure even the people who were writing it was like, oh, you know. It'd be cool if we could go even harder, right? Why not, right? Make your world even more complex and like immersive and shit. But I don't know. I think one of the good things about having fewer choices is that more people maybe can talk about them. Is that we could be like, oh yeah, I did that thing and everybody else did it. That's kind of cool. I suppose you could say, oh well, my playthrough was slightly different here and there, but you know, like everybody can talk about, you know, like, oh, the Rachni thing, or oh, the Geth thing, but like, what if those didn't even happen in your playthrough? So I guess that'd be worth talking about on its own, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe Mass Effect isn't the best example for like a bad one. I don't think it's like bad in Mass Effect, but I think that system, while it can be used well, it's kind of more fundamentally a problem, especially if the more lazy it's implemented over like, I feel like game history. Because it's just a simple matter of there being an extra something in between you and the game's choice, right? That's why I don't like it. I get annoyed when they're in games. It's like, I'm not thinking about the choice as much. Maybe I am a bit, but how it affects an arbitrary meter, you know, is it like there's some god who's watching me and every little choice I make is being judged? Like, that's lame, dude. And that's not how it would be for Shepard, unless there is some god. I mean, I guess there was something at the end. I try not to think about that. The early days, but people soon figured out meant nothing. Well, yeah, it's because it was fresh and new, kind of novel at the time. I mean, VNs and stuff have been doing that kind of shit, adventure games forever, but, you know, it was a bigger budget, right? It was with properties people that were big and popular, like Walking Dead and stuff. And, you know, you're getting all of your ones like Until Dawn and coming out and all that shit, and it's like, well, you know, it's like a movie, but like I make little choices. It's like those little books where like you read through the page and then you go to a different page depending on your choice or whatever. Like it's not a concept that was really different. It was more how it looks, the presentation of it, and kind of the accessibility of it, I suppose. It's not like a huge CRPG with all of these different storylines happening. It's very just right in your face. You're almost essentially watching like a movie, and you could see very quickly and in like much, I guess, higher fidelity what's happening, right? Because it's a bit more like a movie. It's not like a top-down sprite-based thing, right? It's like dude's gonna react right there. But yeah, the magic wears off really quick in those because they're not going to develop the game, have all these voice lines, go to all these different areas to truly flesh out a system with consequence and like complex storylines. What they're going to do is have your choices kind of flavor it a little differently so you feel like you made a choice, kind of like an old Ocarina of Time choice or something. I guess Ocarina of Time, you just can't even choose the other thing. It just returns you, but it's essentially like an advanced version of that. It's more the idea of feeling like you made a choice more than really having consequence for your choice. Because most people are only going to play once, right? So they'll never see that most of it's bullshit. I played Minecraft story mode by failing every single thing I could. And it still felt like no matter what I did, you ended up pretty much hitting like all the same beats. Like you're still just kind of like the good guy. You could just tell it was just changing one little thing here and there. And yeah, no, that's why those ended up failing. That's why Telltale ended up kind of dying. It's because people always want you know, more complex worlds or more consequence or more feeling like their choices had like weight in the games with choices. To personalize it more. It's like, I don't know, you'll get like steps like the Telltale shit or Mass Effect, but then I feel like the flaws of those might become more apparent over time. But Zelda Link again is never ending, right? What do you mean? Like just in the lore? Or you mean like a joke or something? I just mean in Zelda, like all sorts of old games did this, right? We just played Ocarina of Time again, is why I said it. You'll go walk up to Princess Zelda, and she's like, "Will you help me? Yes or no?" You hit no, and she's like, "Oh, come on, you want to help me?" And then it's like, "Will you? Yes or no?" It's like Pokemon does it. What's the point? The point is to make you feel like you made a choice. It's not really like it's very crude and it's not super effective, but like that's the point of it. It's never to actually let you go down a different pathway and like kind of RP as like Link or something. It's just to be like have a choice, because that's more immersive, it's more engaging in a way. I'm not saying it's super effective in that, but like the idea of that, you extrapolate that up to like Telltale and it's like an advanced version of that, right? You don't really make a lot of choices, they barely change anything, and it's like really surface level, but because you felt like you're making choices, like, oh, I did this, and now this guy's gonna die, but he was gonna die anyways. Like, you don't know that, and as soon as the wool gets, I feel like, or not the wool, but as soon as the curtain's drawn or whatever, right? People realize that everything's really hollow, and then it starts killing it. I feel like it's like a big magic act with Telltale, and so as soon as people figured that out, that was kind of all these games saying that Zelda needs to be rescued from Ganon, and Link has to do it. Oh, just in general? Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you mean by how the context what we're talking about, but just in general. It depends. I mean, Ocarina of Time, Zelda is like pretending to be a ninja for almost all of it. And she does a lot of work and saves a lot of people. She does need to be saved at the end. Majora, she's not even in there. Link's Awakening, she's not in there. The Oracle's game, she's not in there. Link to the Past in the first game, yes, I think. The second game also, yeah. Wind Waker, she's a pirate. She's not even Zelda till the end, but then she does need to be saved. Sorta, nah. she fights with you. You kind of just kick Ganondorf's ass together. But she does get captured at one point. Twilight Princess, she's like leading armies. And then she gets mind-fucked. Breath of the Wild. That story sucked, but she's like holding off the evil. Help you a lot more. No, it's not like a Mario Peach thing. I mean, it's got elements of that for sure, but I mean, Link's the main character, so of course he's gonna like do like most of it. I mean, nobody wants a game where you the player character is not actually like the one who does anything, right? That'd be like being Vaughn or something in FF12, and people give that game shit all the time. But no, Zelda usually does shit. I don't think choices matter in Zelda games at all. In narrative. There's no moldable story in a Zelda game, really. At all. It's just a matter of what you are going to do and how you're going to get to it in an adventure sense. No, I would never use Zelda games as a good example of like choice and in a narrative, which is fine. It doesn't need to be. That's not what it's after, right? Like I wouldn't say, oh wow, Mario's such a bad story game, right? Like who cares? It's fucking Mario, right? But no, I don't really. If somebody said that Zelda was a good example of narrative choice, they're fucking insane, man. A great job in choices off the top of my head. Eliza was pretty good. I mean, there's probably quite a few we could go down, but Eliza was good. That's a VN made by Zachtronic. But it handles, I think, each choice with, you know, the right amount of weight you'd expect and nuance, and it's not all about just rights and wrongs and stuff like that. And more like gamey stuff. It depends. Like Disco Elysium's cool with choice because there's failure states that end up positive for you, or things that can happen that just kind of like change what's going on. It's not necessarily good and a bad. But I also played Disco Elysium where I pretty much saw everything. Disco Elysium was also good about how it just structured. Like it would just like tell you about all sorts of different stuff, but it wouldn't tell you how to like think. They had some sort of respect for like people's intelligence or just like the stuff they brought up. I guess you could say that in a way, but choice in terms of like consequence. Disco was always amazing about consequence. Yeah, but I mean, in that point, it's like you could say Mario's got some of the most choice in games because I could jump a different pixel every fucking time to jump a gap or something. I mean, yeah, you could say that. I mean, it might change like the credits in some small way. I don't remember. I mean, there are side quests you can do where the credits will be different in Majora's Mask. And I mean, in a way, yeah, but I feel like skipping side content that's more of a gamey thing. It's not a narrative thing. Like, yeah, it can affect the narrative, sure. But I think more what I would say is that instead of not doing something, it's more like making choices within like a thing, right? Like, I guess inaction is a choice, but I'd say that's what I mean. It's more gamey, right? It's like, yeah, you could say I'm going to skip stuff, but it's more just because you're like focused on the main story or something like that. In a game like this, maybe, you know, you might not have a choice to skip it. It might come to you no matter what, and you have to make a decision, and you know, it's more like a part of the narrative. No, I'd have to look through a few other games. The thing with like a lot of VNs is you kind of just do everything, so I think that in a way can make some choices hollow. More about just seeing all the content. I could look through some stuff, maybe, but do I start like looking through my list now? I mean, I think Eliza's like a good example. I think a lot of games I'll play, like I said, it will have that element of like, you know, I'm not always making choices, I'm trying to just see all the content. And some games are better or worse about like eroding that feeling. Either it's from immersion, by not allowing you to see everything, by pushing the role playing. Kind of just depends. And then some games, yeah, like it's Mass Effect or, you know, Telltale. It's just flavor. And it's just like the illusion of choice. I think it's an interesting conversation for sure. Just edited my list. Yeah, I'd be curious why they would say, well, it just depends on the context, right? Like I said, if you get really like, you know, meta with it, you know, you could say everything I'm doing. Like right now I'm making a huge choice in this game by just not doing anything, but it's like it doesn't change anything. Or I guess because you're always frozen, this is essentially me knowing that I'm freezing the game, right? So it's like more like how do you, like the ways you can reach a thing. I mean, you could say like Deus Ex has a lot of choices. I think Deus Ex is probably a decent example. The original Deus Ex of like probably pretty decent writing, right? With lots of choices. But I think what's interesting in games is you don't have to just have it be writing. It can be how you interact with the world, more visual kind of storytelling. I feel like Deus Ex is good in that front. We would think of that as more gameplay though. Like there's lots of different ways in Deus Ex you can like approach something. Like it's still really impressive to this day. I played it for the first time, what, like 6 years ago or something, and I was like, wow, this is still really cool. The amount of different ways you can go about stuff and the kind of immersion that comes about because you do get to go to these places and just kind of like fuck with the world and like either talk to people or find hidden stuff or just kind of just go about all sorts of different levels in different ways that ends up being more immersive for you. And like that's kind of like, that's I think an important kind of unique to game storytelling thing. I think sometimes it's too easy for us to actually just get attached to like legitimate like narrative stuff like this or something. And I don't think it's wrong. I think it's a totally normal, a totally fine way of like doing games. But I think when you can blend the gameplay, right? Because I mean, in reality, I'm gonna walk around and I'm gonna like interact with shit. So it's like in the game, you can actually do that. You can have your story blend in that kind of way. So that's more and more advanced and crazy. In Mass Effect, Renegade, Paragon, and Neutral, I guess, or non-acting, sure. And skipping stuff, yeah. In a game like that, you do get, if you don't do something, then yeah, there can be repercussions. I would say usually when you just don't do something, it's not as much of a big choice that has big repercussions. It'll just be like a lack of seeing something, right? Like they won't show up on a certain scene or they won't come in to do this and that, but like you might not feel like a whole lot of like negatives from it or something. They just might not be there. That's the thing, it's like I don't know, I feel like it's really rudimentary a lot of the time, right? Like in Mass Effect 2, it's like, oh, if I just decide to not do this side quest or make this choice for this person, then like you just can't do something, right? It's not that the world like morphs in a totally different way where you get to do all this different stuff and it's like you just kind of like fail. And you could say that's like a kind of story, right? I mean, we just fail, it's fine, but a lot of the times in these kinds of games, yeah, it'll be like, you know, it's like the Rachni. You don't save the Rachni, oh, you miss out on like a small cutscene or something, right? Like, it's less that, you know, their presence made like a huge deal, or maybe Mass Effect's probably not always the best one to talk about. There's games, yeah, that have very little, have very big choices that mean pretty much just like, do you get to see X content or Y content? Unless that it's more like a living, breathing world that's like, feels like it's always morphing in like a really like authentic way to what's going on. But yeah, that's the thing, is like sometimes it'll just be missable shit. Sometimes it'll be big stuff, right? That'll have a lot of impact and it'll feel cool, but I feel like those are few and far between, especially in a big AAA game, because they need to have a lot of budget behind that. Or have it be relegated to just dialogue or some shit. Or they can keep the prices down, right? Yeah, well that's the thing, it's like it's 3 games later. It's a choice not everybody did. Not everybody might even have that choice on their file anymore. You might be playing on a totally different system. I don't remember if you could just auto-choose Rachni as a thing in 3 without a save. Stuff like that. So it's like, why develop a huge thing on the Rachni that'll really affect what's going on? When most people, it just isn't going to matter. And it makes sense from a money standpoint, but on the flip side, it makes your world less believable. It feels like the impact of them doesn't matter as much. It feels like your choices have less impact. That's a problem. I don't know. It's hard. It's really, that's why it's insanely hard to do. For the record, like I said, I do really like Mass Effect 1 through, I guess 3. I mean, I like the trilogy well enough. I think they all do something different, but it's been a long time since I played them. I might not like them as much these days, but who knows? I played those before I streamed, so I don't know. I mean, to some people, it's more maybe comforting, more just chill, to have more like a comprehensible. This is what's gonna happen for my actions. This is generally what's gonna happen, right? And just play. And I think that's fine too, to target that. I think Mass Effect is kind of like that. You know, choice paralysis, not knowing the consequences of your action can really bother someone. And if you make a choice and you're like, oh, I want this to happen, and then like, oh, instead you explode and the game's over forever, that could de-immerse somebody, right? Like, well, I didn't want this to happen, right? Like I think you have to balance. It can't be just like reality to a certain extent for some people, right? Like you have to have some kind of maybe idea of what's gonna happen, and if it doesn't go that way, it's still really interesting. Which is kind of where I feel like some of the Disco Elysium choices are interesting. It's because you can fail them and they end up being like better or more interesting, and they'll flow into more interesting things, right? Where it's like, so it's still fun to fail. It also has a system where you either get to see something or you don't, and I don't think that's very good, which is why I wouldn't use Disco Elysium as like the best. I think Disco Elysium's writing is really good. But maybe its choice system's not always amazing. But yeah. I don't remember where I was going with all that. Okay, they did have something like that, because I remember The Witcher 3 had that too. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, like I said, in a big budget thing, it's almost impossible to like have all of your choices have big impact or like equal impact. Like it has to be still a game that somebody could make, and even just for players' time and attention, you can't have like everything have these huge, far-reaching consequences and stuff, right? Like we're still playing a game that we want to, you know, that we're, I would say escaping reality, but like, you know, doing something that's more tightly focused in a different kind of world or something. It's like you don't want too much of the bullshit. And it's not for everybody. I mean, yeah, if you don't like dark humor and everybody being a piece of shit, the game's pretty much like always wrapped under like, I don't want to say layers of irony or layers of like a lot of times Disco Elysium will say something and mean something else, and you kind of just need to like know that, because it's like they'll make somebody look like, you know, they're pretty much making like, we'll make a character, and the idea is that like normally people would know this character's full of shit or bullshit, but they don't say it outright. It's like you're supposed to gather that it's funny and stupid because this character's like so extreme or something, right? And it's like there's a little bit of like that kind of stuff there. So it's like you kind of have to dig a little. I don't think you have to dig that far, but that's how it handles a lot of its like different political topics and shit. Like it just kind of like just shows you them all and makes fun of everything. So I find it really interesting and funny, and I like the dark humor and stuff. But yeah, if you want something more in your face, it can be a little. And it's like, yeah, no, even though it's like humorous, it's still like a pretty drab, I guess, depressing world or whatever. And then yeah, the dice rolls and stuff. I mean, you could just reload all the dice rolls. I would do that sometimes because I just kind of wanted to see more writing. Because at the end of the day, I cared less about the RP of it and more about just kind of like enjoying more of the stories. Which is why I say that while Disco Elysium has cool things in storytelling choice, it's not always good about choice, because sometimes it's just about seeing something or not seeing something, and I find that to be, while that happens in reality, it's like, it feels a little bit more gamey. But I mean, you just reload, so it doesn't really matter. I tried to not reload until like really far in, when I didn't have any other choices, and it was more of a choice between, do I just not want to see this or do I want to move on? And to me, the role playing didn't matter as much as just kind of getting more of the writing, because I enjoyed it a lot. But yeah, nothing wrong with not liking it. But it does have some kind of nuance and detail in its world building that you don't get as much in a lot of games. Well, that's the thing, is like a lot of your big choices, you will actually like end up getting more out of failing them. I would only recommend that, because you can retry a lot of stuff too. There's certain things where you can try something, and if you fail it, you can try it again when you level up or something like that. I would recommend, if you think you're going to try something and never be able to try it again, just reload it. Not a big deal. But if it's just a choice, where like, because there's actual choice ones where it's like you do something and then a bunch of different outcomes happen, it's not just a block. Those I say just let them roll, because sometimes there's one at the very beginning of the game that if you do the shitty thing, you end up getting more out of it than if you did the good things. So, like if you fail, you get like more money, stuff like that. So. Yeah, I definitely said that. Yeah, other than like the actual roadblocks, yeah, just gonna do whatever. Anyways, I don't remember where we were even starting with all this, but if they'll have it be a bit more, less binary, more just kind of just doing stuff and letting the effects of what you do just kind of roll. Because in Disco Elysium, there is kind of like moments, especially near the end, where like all of your choices kind of will come together in a way, and all the things you've done to like shape the end of it. But it doesn't necessarily feel like you just like fucked up or something. It's just kind of like different. I don't know. I mean, I would say that, like I said, I would say Eliza was probably better about choices or something, but Disco Elysium, I just liked the nuance and like the dark humor and its approach to kind of different big topics, I guess. Being this kind of just like equal spread of like shitting on everything. And just has a lot of attention to detail for world building and character stories and voice acting and stuff. I mean, choices were fine, but yeah. But more of a system, I suppose you're saying, where instead of like binary choices or meters, maybe they go for more of a your actions have unforeseen consequences, or everything's handled on more of a small scale instead of this larger tally. I think that would be smart to do. Yeah. Yeah, and I would say I don't know with Disco Elysium. Like I said, I like the choices in that, but I think yeah, it's just the general quality of the writing. The engagement, how engaging the writing is, just minute to minute. Because I mean, on Disco Elysium, I'll stand still for like an hour, just talk to people, and like that would be pretty hard to make interesting for, you know, a lot of games. But the writing's just so interesting in that it kind of worked out. Different things can happen at the end. I don't like spoil. It's more that just like, I mean, how you're received, who's with you, what they think of you. Will be different in a bunch of different ways. Not like wildly different. I think you'll always end up at the same point. That's why I say like Disco Elysium's not maybe like the best if we're just talking about like raw like choice effect. It's more about just like the writing, and when it does do cool choices, they are cool. But Disco Elysium to me was it was more about just kind of seeing everything and then really enjoying all that writing, and when there was choices, having fun with those. But it's not like this constant morphing world always. I mean, sometimes. I don't know, I guess it depends. I mean, there's different end states, but I wouldn't say it's like different endings like a VN or something, where it's like wildly different. Also, character building and role playing is kind of a big thing in Disco Elysium, because what you pick at the beginning and what you level up is what you're going to see more of. But see, that's once again, it's less like a choice that affects things and more just like how you're going to flavor your story. I don't know, it's a weird one. Because in some ways, Disco Elysium has really cool choices. But when I was playing it, I always said like, it was more about just kind of seeing everything for me. And I mean, you won't be able to see certain storylines, and certain things will go different ways. And I don't know, it just depends on how you play it. I guess I mean, you could say it has good choices because of that, but I don't know. With Mass Effect, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I feel like at this point, Paragon Renegade is almost part of the identity of it. Because Mass Effect hasn't been around in so long, they might want to just play it safe and just do that. Because people, oh, I like Paragon, oh, I like Renegade. I would like to see them do something more ballsy, where there's not like a morality slider, where you actually try to like have the world feel more immersive, and it's more about the choices you make and the consequences that happen from them, and not like a number system. Because I think that kind of stuff is kind of got in the way of Telltale, where I feel like the illusion is kind of gone there. Yeah, I mean that's the problem. Was it because Andromeda sucked, or is because that choice sucked? And I was like, who knows? I would imagine it's more the opposite. Or is the identity of Paragon Renegade that big in Mass Effect now? I don't know. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I feel like where games are unique and where you can have stories be really different through choice is almost more in gameplay, right? Like it's harder to pull off. You can do it in narrative, of course, but the more budget you have and the more systems you got, and that's how you want to reward choice, like big set pieces and shit, the harder it is going to be to truly make a world that's believable like that work. Which is why I say something like a Deus Ex has a lot of narrative choice that has impact, but also just how the gameplay works. Like some of your immersive sims and shit, like what you do kind of interacts with the world and fucks with shit. I feel like that's scary. Games or still have kind of like an untapped, almost like kind of narrative, like the agency, like the immersion element of like somebody actually being able to like act on the world and stuff and have it matter. I think that's still where like video games could go, right? To set themselves apart instead of just being like advanced movies sometimes. I feel like obviously like dialogue and stuff is super important to that, but in some ways it can be kind of a crutch to mark your big changes and stuff where the world that kind of reacts to what you do would be insanely complicated, but in a way that feels like an actual believable world. It still somehow has like a story that you can get immersed in, because that's the thing is like if it's fully sandbox, you're not gonna get a super curated experience always, right? Like if that was the case, why would we go see a movie, right? We just walk outside, everything feels like a movie. Like you want something like focused, and that's kind of what the problem is with like this like perfect dream world of choices in a game, is because sometimes you just want like a curated, really strong experience, which is why you'll generally like pick the good guy stuff because you want to see all the cool shit. Where the bad guy thing is, you're gonna get like a lesser experience because it's like you want to spend your time enjoying something like that. So I don't know, it's hard because like if you were to make like a super immersive world where every little thing changed stuff, you might get like you might get a more immersive RP kind of situation, but you might just get a less poignant, like impactful story, right? Like, oh, if you do like this path, you get this super interesting, heart-wrenching story about death and family and all that. But if you go this path, I don't know, the cockroach that fucking walked across the ground, fucking somebody slipped on it and died and did all this and that, and all this crazy goofy shit happens, and it's like, it might be more like immersive and, still get you like past some of the stuff, but it might not, it might just be kind of like a whatever. It might not be as interesting. It's not a good example, but you get the idea, right? Like it could be more interesting, and your choices would make like big differences, and it'd be immersive in that aspect. But I don't know. I think that's why it'd be more interesting on a small scale, right? You have a very small game. Like it doesn't take long maybe to get through the whole thing or something. Like you have to keep the scale small. So a small game where people want to replay it and see all different like kinds of stuff you can do maybe, and all the different ways you could like path through shit, where you could realistically actually develop a lot of like varied ways to doing stuff, but not have that like, because like with Mass Effect, it's like I don't want to replay like 90 to 100 hours of story just to see the opposite effect. I don't care, right? I mean, I did, but like that was for achievements and shit. But it's like something smaller. It's like I think you could pull it off a bit more. I think it's just like the bigger and crazier you go, the less your choices can have like meaningful impact in the long run. And not all your choices every day have impact. I mean, whether I take a sip of green tea right now isn't going to change the world, but like a super complex but like scoped down kind of story, right? Which is where stuff like VNs are interesting, because the budget and scope will be lower, so maybe they could pull that off. Or something like Eliza Works, right? Is it's detailed enough for the kind of game it is and how it handles its topics, but it's not reaching so far into the budget or the amount of choices and stuff that you can do certain things. But don't know. I guess there's not really like a like an answer to all this stuff. I just think it's really, there's so much potential for like video game storytelling that's unique to video games. And you could say that just the way we interact with video games is that kind of storytelling, but like I think you could push it farther, and it's cool to see that happen. But yeah, that's fucking difficult. Silent Hill 2's endings were like your choices when you're just like running around, like taking certain amounts of damage and stuff, will affect the ending. Yeah, there's little things like that. How much narrative impact does that have though? I mean, obviously in Silent Hill 2, when you might be picking out like, you're gonna do choices to get like rebirth or something, or you know, some shit like that, where you actually have to go out of your way to fuck around to get different endings. Like Silent Hill 1, where you go through all the extra steps to get to the ending where things end up alright. Like, that feels rewarding because it feels like, it's almost like you got like a secret, or like it's more like a your labors, your attention to detail is paid off. But like, just getting hit a lot more, not really a choice. It's kind of just a different way that the game will flavor the ending for replays. Yeah, well, I mean, if you mean it like that, I think that's cool too. Not having like a true ending, right? I think that it's in a way kind of respecting like what the players have done. Because when you make like a true ending, I mean, it's essentially saying the other endings were, you know, I don't say failures or anything, but, and I don't think that's a big deal when you're doing something like a VN where it's like you have a certain expected like way of playing it or amount of content you want to get through. But if you were playing like a 50-hour RPG, like Final Fantasy X-2 has like a true ending, but good luck ever getting it on the first try. So it just ends up feeling lame because it's so complicated to get and the game's long enough where it's like you just don't want to ever replay it to do that. That it just, the true ending kind of just makes what you did just feel kind of like shit. Especially because a lot of true endings are just kind of like adding on stuff to the end of the game. See, I think that's more of like a gamey thing though. That's more like reward, right? Like true endings tend to be, it's for like seeing everything or doing everything or paying enough attention to the story to make like go do that extra side content or something else, you know, make the right choices here and there to like manipulate the thing. It's almost more of like a reward than it is like a narrative choice. I don't think in Silent Hill 2 it ever feels like I'm really making a choice and having like an impact. I mean, sometimes, you know, it's more of a gamey thing, which is cool. It's more just like, yeah, just different things will happen, and there's ways to adjust that and kind of have different outcomes for him, which I think it's more to make it replayable in that sense. Like a more of a gamey thing, but it works for narrative too because it's just kind of neat seeing different things with James and the ambiguity of it all. Yeah, because like Rebirth is like New Game Plus only, right? Ending, stuff like that. I think that in that essence it's less narrative choice, although it is technically narrative choice. I mean, if we just make it where it's always like I have to be in a menu with dialogue and then I have choices, like there's more kinds of choices like that in a game, right? But yeah, if it's more about replay and discovering new things in the game and stuff like that, that kind of just inadvertently affect choice. I guess that's cool. Whenever I yawn like that in the middle of thinking, I just lose all my thoughts, man. But if you just spent like, sorry Klitzu, I'm bringing this back up after 10 minutes, but if you're just like worried you got spoiled on everything, not necessarily. I mean, it could be all different. honestly, with Disco Elysium, I would say it's more about the minute to minute than anything. I just find it very entertaining dialogue, but the dialogue just kind of works for me really well too. Yeah, and I think that's a way to do it, where you incorporate the gameplay more into like what happens in the narrative. You could say it's like a crude way of doing it, but I mean it's a way that games can tell unique stories, right? You know, a movie I can't do something to change the ending, right? In a game you can. I mean, is it kind of lame to have the amount of times you get hit change the ending? Sure, but I mean it's more about like replaying it and talking to people and seeing their different endings and kind of discussing them more than how perfectly they fit into the structure of everything. I think that can be a problem with multiple endings though, is if you are playing like a long game or a game where you're just gonna play it once, and if the endings are too maybe too vague or not made very equal in quality, you can have a shittier experience. I would generally, if you're gonna make 5 shitty endings, I'd rather you just make one good one, and I just didn't have like a choice or there was no way to manipulate it. I mean, if it's more like a gamey ending where it's like, oh, you know, he's wearing a different shirt, or there's a few more people in a picture, or, you know, I get like Samus gets a different, he's got more booty on the screen or something like that. I mean, that doesn't matter, right? Like, whatever, but like, if you just get like some shitty ending where it's like it just ends and like nothing cool happens, it's just this game over. But if you did it this way, you get an actual like 50-minute long, cool, interesting ending. That would be better. People complained about that in Life is Strange, I guess. I didn't have as much a problem with it, but spoilers for Life is Strange. Well, I actually don't have to spoil. One of the endings is developed, and it goes through a lot of emotional beats. It has like it kind of calls back to a lot of the relations you've built up and stuff. And the other one's just kind of like a 5-minute, oh, I guess it's over, see ya kind of thing. You know, you play through that, and while there's 2 endings, one is like clearly, they even said they didn't really get as much time to work on the other one. In that sense, maybe I'd rather just have one ending, right? Instead of being caught in the shitty one. I think Life is Strange is really good, personally, but I like angsty shit too. So. I like it better than any Telltale game. But it depends on how you deal with indie rock, all rock, angst, that kind of drama. But at the time, I definitely thought out of those like pick your choice games, it was one of the better ones. Does it have probably illusions of choice and bullshit? I mean, sure, but it had impact and a story that was interesting. Yeah, Walking Dead Season 1 would be up there too. Probably none of the others though. Wolf Among Us was fine. But no, I thought Life is Strange 1 was good. I like True Colors a lot as well. That was more recent. But that got me in the right feels in the right places for sure. I didn't play Life is Strange 2. And Before the Storm is okay. The prequel to the first one. Not bad, but they did a lot better with True Colors. It's a different developer after the first game. Well, technically that developer made the second game too. That one's supposed to suck. It's like really political. It's not necessarily bad. I mean, Disco Elysium's really political, but just kind of like a lot of contemporary shit. From what I've heard, I'm like, I'm not interested. Yeah, I can't say I've ever been interested in Telltale games for the choices. It's definitely been just... it's almost done a lot of games. Can you guys think of some games where you were like, the choices and like their impact? That was like, boom, it was really important. I'm not saying they don't exist, but like, what are some examples? Like I said, I think things like Eliza, where I came away with that in a really strongly, like choices you like kind of stick to and making like different playthroughs and stuff being the big thing. I feel like the realm of CRPGs is probably where that would be, which I'd need to do some more of. But yeah, I feel like a lot of the time it's almost just to see the story, and the choices while they flavor it aren't like the main appeal. It's like in The Wolf Among Us, it's like, yeah, you can make some choices, but you're generally hitting a lot of the same beats. I think there's plenty of choices in like every game that can accent what's going on, but I feel like the meat of it, I don't know. It's pretty rare. The meat of it for me is like choices off the top of my head. Choices with like lasting impact, right? Because you could say the sinking, not sinking city, what was it? The Forgotten City. Because technically in the Forgotten... That's an interesting way of doing it, is because in the Forgotten City you're always making choices, but because it's a time loop thing, it doesn't have the same impact, but technically they do have impact, and it's really interesting, but it's more to like get to the end and then make some choices. So it's like, oh, see, that's a game that's got really cool writing and an interesting setup, where it's like the consequences of your actions are more in like small chunks. It's almost like what I was talking about before, but there is kind of an end state you want to get to still. An almost puzzle of it. You guys should play The Forgotten City. That's a good game. Very cool setup, cool story. Maybe I'll link it. This shit slaps. For people mentioning Clem shooting, that has a big impact for them. That choice at the end of the first one? Yeah. But that's my thing, is you could choose that and it's at the end. I mean, it is just like a quick one choice, but it's strong because of what they built up before them. I think that's just like a really nice payoff choice, because it builds up. Not a choice that's like gonna mold the rest of the story. Yeah, see, I played all the Mass Effects quite a bit for achievements and all that. I don't know if my first playthrough, I don't know. I don't think I succeeded in the suicide. No, I succeeded in the suicide mission, but the crew, man, that's the hardest one to pull off. The crew not getting melted, because I think you have very little time to do Legion and get into the suicide mission before the crew melt. That was an annoying one. I had to do another playthrough for that. Oh, really cool. Yeah, I liked that game. That was a well written one. See, that one handles choice differently. I don't know. See, that's the thing, is like when we talk about choice, it's like, do we mean just choices like in a menu that like always affect something, or is having choices that just like you just play the game in a different order, or like affect the narrative in like different little ways? Like Forgotten City, it's like it doesn't have far-reaching consequence because it's a fucking time loop, right? So it's like it's one of those things, like, is it still like the same kind of choice? It's like you could say yes, no. It's like it's a weird thing. That's why I feel like the world of storytelling in video games and how you blend interactivity with like the actual storytelling and stuff is like, there's a lot of untapped potential. Like a super complicated thing, because it's just writing stories is, of course, right? I don't know. The fourth ending? Oh. I don't know which one the fourth would be. Quite a few, but yeah, there's a lot of wacky shit going on there. The general ending, yeah. Who's there and stuff. There's other ways to end it, I think, too, but yeah, I've been kind of just sitting here talking. And that's a fun topic to talk about. I mean, like I said, it's fun to think about. I don't think I've come to any, like, crazy conclusions, except there's a lot of potential, and I don't like binary choices with point slider morality systems. I mean, I think you could still make something good with them. Mass Effect's good despite that, right? But I think reaching a little farther would be neat. Unless you just want your story to be a bit more palatable with just a couple choices here and there. I think it's fine. But I don't think that's like the pinnacle of like immersive storytelling in games. So obviously most people don't, because those don't exist as much anymore, but really struggle with this choice. Yeah, to hit continue or not. Mod Watcher, skip ahead 1 hour. Exotic wave. I don't know, I guess I've just been thinking about it. I do think that I generally lean on just wanting games without choice sometimes. Because I do think you can get like kind of a low quality kind of like mixed like story when you have too many choices that aren't like really well developed or too many endings. But it's not that I inherently like at the core want no choices. It's that just like that's just kind of how a lot of time it ends up. You'll just kind of get like a shittier story, or you'll kind of get something that's got all these modular moments where they can just kind of pull them out and put in other things, and it feels very unimmersive. And like I think if you're gonna make like a shitty story or like a kind of whatever story, I would almost prefer it just to be fucking linear. Obviously not always. Like I like this one and it's not just totally linear or stuff like that. So I shouldn't say that's always what I'd want, but I definitely think there's times where it can be negative. And a lot of like your like low effort stuff, I would rather just be just like one strong story than choices. Like if you're not gonna go in on the choices and the world building and how much of that kind of flows and stuff, it's like cut and run at that point, man. Or make it more simple, yeah, like a little thing here and there, right? Not everything needs to be like a huge choice. It can just be like a fun little thing. From the center of the system, from this close orbit of Helion star H1. Home. I don't want this to be my home, bro. Why is that red anyways? quite get that. FMV games? Yeah, sure. I mean, compared to the vast quantity of them out there, I mean, probably not. But there's a lot of fucking FMV games out there, and a lot that have gone into the realm of fucking super obscure. But no, I feel like I've played a fair few, like more than most. Yeah, I think point and clicks. CRPGs are the realm of decent choices. The Primordia is one of my favorite point and clicks. I don't remember if the choices were good in that, or if it was more in the realm of just how I liked the puzzles and the world building and stuff. Not an FMV game, but it is a point-click adventure type of game. A lot of adventure games, though, are not about like different outcomes as much as they're just getting to the end. Quiet Man, wasn't that shitty old fucking Square Enix one? Like, yeah. Holy fuck, was it funny? I could do it at some point. I never got around to playing this. I remember the hype for it. The Quiet Man. Yeah, it has like actual actor and shit in it. No, I mean, I've played plenty of games with like full live action. The contradictions and stuff. Is it funny? Yeah, maybe I'll do it for So Big. Or some. Am I on 4 or am I on 5? I think I'm on 4. You write it down. Yeah, a lot of FMV games like that are just funny bad, but there's good ones. God, The Quiet Man. The Quiet Man. The Complex. The Complex funny. It looks funny. I think the last one I played that was completely live action. It was probably Immortality earlier this year. Full live action, like completely. No, that's wrong. It was Night Trap. And that was a game of choice. Oh, really? It's one of those where it's like annoying. Yeah, you don't want to break immersion by having constant like fail states like that, because you're still playing a game and you want to understand how it works. The Complex. Was this one funny? Would you recommend this one as like a funny one? It looks like shit, but maybe not. Yeah, I like FMV games. Sometimes just because they're funny bad, but there's good ones. Okay, yeah. Well, I'll just put Quiet Man on there. 10 dates. Yeah. Sounds, I mean, I assume it's an actual dating game. Sorry, buddy, I want to know about the flux, not your shit. In this game, most of the choices are you just get different lore, which is totally fine. It has some kind of like small scale impact. But then they have like bigger implications when you make certain choices, like key moments. They won't like highlight what those are, but it's more like intuitive. Like, obviously talking to him real quick, like maybe it could affect his opinion on me if this game keeps that data, which they don't usually. Not realistically is a game gonna keep that kind of data and like change the story. It's more likely it's just gonna be key moments, and that's kind of what you like figure out. Yeah, you gotta get some old FMV classics like Phantasmagoria 2 and the best one. I can see it. It's the one where one of my fucking alerts is from. It's got a Grim Reaper on the front cover. That's like really funny, but super dark humor. Real. It's not Slayer, something like that. What was the name of the fucking game? Everybody knows it. I'll have to look through. I could probably just Google funny FMV game. Harvester, yeah. Harvester. Harvester's fucking awesome. I love that game. Not for everyone though. It's funny as fuck. Yeah, Harvester's awesome. Really funny, over the top FMV game. And we're fully stable. see. I like the story of the refugees here. It's interesting. The accident. This guy's kind of an asshole, man. Most of the refugees are kind of assholes. I guess they've had it rough. I always find it bizarre that in the gameplay here we're just like helping them for like no gain. The meager information is all we're asking for, especially when it's information that could affect our own living situation. 428? Oh, true. That's some FMV right there. I didn't even think about that. I was thinking of it as like a VN, yeah. Godly VN. Unironically. Must play. Very fun. Yeah, it's like we're just helping them with all this shit, giving them all this shit for free. Like a little conversation is the reward, and you can't even give us that. Keep it up, he said. I mean, Jesus did. Who's helping, man? These motherfuckers are in a position to be. Oh, we're gonna finish this and then somebody's gonna be an asshole, I guess. And maybe that's why it's considered a negative event. Let's get that thing grabbed. I think maybe they could just make it so you could just scroll instead of like... There's like a couple parts where I feel like maybe there's some tedium there. Like being able to put in 3 mushrooms instead of 1 at a time in the aviary, just scrolling past this instead of clicking, or just making it a 1 click instead of a zoom in. Just a little, I don't think it kills anything, but... Nice little thing. You do it a lot. does it make sense? They're trying to say something else is causing it? Or something else is going on here? Or is it some effect of the flux? Okay. Well. Okay, so that's a thing we gotta wait for. What happens if I just keep helping here? Self-joint protection. We did not agree to Ember Hearst using the photo secure their control of the moons. Buddy, nobody knows who you are, man. You're like an asshole. Why's everybody winking at me? Stop winking. He's delivered it quite a few times. Guy's a fucking asshole, dude. The giga asshole. I don't want to give him a shit mine core, are you kidding me? Oh, you have to. I should have figured, man. I did buy one ahead of time just in case they were gonna fuck me. Let it know my expectations were not pointless there. That's my thing with these people, man. It's like, Jesus, man. These are the most entitled fucking refugees, man. Somebody's literally just there. They could just not be there. They don't really get anything out of it outside of just some stories. These people are like fucking up their own ass, man. I mean, obviously with those guys, they're supposed to be more antagonistic because they're ultra proud of being some losers on a volcano planet, but Bitmine's expensive. Dude, that is not an easy thing to give. Maybe he'll get over himself at some point here. Some more of these. I'll just get these when I need them, man. I do need more shit mine shit. I'd like to think that we're not gonna have many more. If they want me to get one on a timer, which hopefully they've decided they're gonna take a break on that, then we'll have an issue. don't know how many more of these I'll need. I imagine we don't have that much left of this episode. We've already done a lot of stuff. But, let's see. Maybe I will do this just today. It's 2 random rares. I wish it would give me 2 of the club heads, man. Right, we got 3 club heads that time at least. Yeah, this part I kind of wish, since you're gonna do this a lot, it was just 3. That you could skip the animation. Not a big deal at all, though. This one, I don't really care about their relations with each other. I just want to know what the flux shit is. Well, not all of them seem like assholes. They're definitely a lot more standoffish. I'm sure that's like the idea. Is like, you know, they've got their distrust and got it hard and all this and that. That's how they want them written, but yeah, doesn't mean I like them. Let's just move on from find someone to teach. Oh, the connections. accepting supplies. Jeez. You'd imagine after enough hard times people would get over their shit, man. These people probably see them as a tool more than anything. Okay. What is in there? That Lassie? So now they're just gonna keep leaving until they can outrun it. They're gonna take as many people from the eye as they can. Well, we'll see about all that, buddy. I don't like any of these people, I'd rather not, buddy. But I guess they've already decided they're not going to be able to stop the flux or whatever. I mean, since we're still finding out information about it, I'm assuming we'll figure something out. Wheel. Yeah, I've been meaning to go through, I need to get a hold of them all. Some of the old Call of Duty campaigns and Medal of Honors and stuff. Some of those World War II shooters. I think would be cool. Just haven't yet. Because of availability too. Some of those are like console only. Some of those mouse and keyboard ones would be nice, but they're ancient PC ports. I think GOG might have some of those. Yeah. Hungry. All I had is some fucking Mr. Strudels. Those are not very filling. I don't think I'm gonna be getting any more even on the cheap. But once we finish this up, man, I'm gonna go out and get something to eat. Yeah. There's a lot more Medal of Honor games than I remembered there being, for sure. I watched like a little review thing on all of them, and I was like, damn, there's a lot of them. We're just still waiting on this, right? 2 more days. Keep getting scrap, man. I'm gonna like waste my time. The game's like made me never want to waste a roll. Yeah, I'm trying to decide what I was gonna play after this today. I haven't decided if I want to kind of do another Zelda or just something else. But I'm gonna think about it while I'm out. I don't know. I was thinking about doing something older, but maybe I will. Something that could fit a small enough period of time. Or play some of the games I bought a while back that I'd really been wanting to play. I don't think I'd have time for something like Jagged Alliance or Zelda. That one's pretty meaty. Same with Rune Factory, some other gifted ones. We just did a first-person dungeon crawler, so I wouldn't do Grimrock. I was thinking maybe doing like a shooter or like. I could do like Dark Horses too. Or I could do Return to Castle Wolfenstein. I've never played that. I'd thought about Thief, but I want to do all 3 Thief games at once. I don't know, maybe I'll do System Shock. I don't know, we'll see when I come back. I might just do some indie game, just something chill. Yeah, it'd be cool to go through like all the Medal of Honors and the old CODs and stuff. Sure. Maybe just get them set up. I'm more likely to do something when I could just press play and go. Which is not always like an option. Tomb Raider, shit. There's female character. I've never played one of the old Tomb Raiders before. Do I want to play them all in a row or just play like a Tomb Raider game here and there? I bought those on PC, but I don't even think the PC versions are like worth playing. I'm gonna like a PS1 version, we'll see. I don't know how chill Tomb Raider is, we'll see. I'm in I could do anything mood, but I said Tears of the Kingdom could be really a Saturday for me. And that'll be priority. City. Well, his name's on all sorts of shit, man. Hell, his name's on the first episode of one of the first episodes of Columbo. It's on Gremlins. I don't know if it's like a Kojima thing where he actually doesn't do much on a lot of those, or if he actually was a big part of it. Not to say that he wasn't a part of the Medal of Honor, I have no idea, but it was an interesting thing. There's not much point buying scrap. Saving Private right now, that would make sense, yeah. It's cool seeing people who are big in like one medium see the potential for like a different like budding medium. Like big directors or something to get a lot of inspiration from like anime or something. People who are beyond just like being tied to like one medium, like a fucking a monkey or something. What's up, Jimmer? Welcome back. Humani's active negation. Con. Interesting to yeah, see like a big thing of data on all these like directors who made games and stuff, because there's more than just Spielberg doing that, right? There's other directors, I can't remember off the top of my head, who went into different shit back then as well. I mean, obviously you're like your actors like Bruce Willis, Apocalypse, and recently like A Way Out. He went from Hollywood to games and shit like that. Those like odd like FMV kind of experience. I mean, like Enter the Matrix, they like filmed that whole thing at the same time as Matrix Reloaded and shit. But yeah, those directors trying to go into games for like a one-off thing, then they just give up on it. I feel like I've heard that story a bunch, but I can't think of many off the top of my head. I mean, anything about RuneScape? It looks like shit. That's too grindy. There you go, there's two. I don't hate RuneScape though. I've played plenty and I still talk about it. Yeah, that's definitely not a... I think it's an easy one to poke some fun at for sure. Too much of a time sink for me to get into these days again. Ooh, excuse me. This is an interesting sci-fi concept. I mean, it's pretty much just teleportation. They haven't brought it up yet until now. Reconfigured in the process. So what are they trying to say? There's some pawn channel going haywire. the music's great. For sure. It's an easy one. Shut it down before the collapse. Couldn't run the sender receiver station anymore. Deflux. Someone's starting up the channel. One of the people here. A lot of resources to do it. That makes it seem more like it's some corporation, but side effect. Somebody trying to like harness it in a different way or use it as a scapegoat. How will we deal with it right from here at home turf, unless they're gonna actually have us take a shuttle out there? I doubt it. The 1990 Columbine shooting, the Medal of Honor Society getting angry with the name, almost had to cancel the whole game. Yeah, I'm not surprised. That was all very influential. I mean, even just watching some of the documentary stuff on like Night Trap, they're like, a lot of that violence in Night Trap is like not even like crazy. Just, yeah. What amount of shitstorms that led to. Not more like Mortal Kombat. Obviously, with the Columbine stuff and Medal of Honor, the name and all that, a little bit more on the nose, but I mean, even these days, I mean, Advanced Wars reboot that just came out was canceled for like, or not canceled, but delayed for a year or two because of what's going on in Ukraine. I can understand it. Why they would want to avoid any of that PR or too many, you know, those kinds of little ethical things cause issues. Obviously, I feel like games at this point, well, I want to believe that we understand what's and what a game's influence and what's make believe and this and that, and to enough of an extent to, yeah, probably not. Have probably a wider range of what we consider like acceptable, but oh really? Yeah, that's the problem was back then. That's kind of what I mean. Is it's a lot of knee-jerk reactions to shit, or if like people actually saw it, and like with Night Trap, you actually like saw it or something. That's really not crazy even for something back then. So. Obviously that still happens nowadays to some extent. I mean, hatred was a thing that had a lot of bullshit attached to it. Like I said, the delay of like Advanced Wars and shit. I'm not saying it's always like a bad thing, but yeah, back then it was a lot more Wild West for sure. I mean, people are still, you know, it comes and it goes, I guess. I mean, people can be a bit more British nowadays, or call for some censorship here and there, but Well, like back then, man. But I think a big thing is that just games back then were not really as like a cemented thing, right? Like now you can't really just like write off the entire medium. It's like the most lucrative fucking entertainment medium, period, right? It's like a huge part in a lot of people's lives and culture and shit like that, so it's a lot harder just to be like, oh, it's bullshit because it's a video game. You still see people try to like do the violence in video games thing, and I mean maybe there's something there, right? I mean, the kinds of media you intake and ideas you take in sure would influence you, but that it's like just on video games or something is pretty old school way of thinking. Back in the old, what was that guy, the GTA, the anti-GTA guy? Yeah, probably. I don't remember if like COD or World War II came first, or not World War II. Yeah. Did COD or World War II come first? COD or Medal of Honor? I don't remember the timeline. Like I said, I need to play through those still. But yeah, probably not. I mean, that's the thing. It's a new medium full of a bunch of young dudes making games about you playing as somebody shooting people in World War II for money, and it's like you're gonna. You know, they're making the game for money. So it's like, I could see where they'd be like, you know, that knee-jerk reaction where, you know, they find it exploitative to their experience or whatever, but not exactly the idea when you play it or their thoughts on it or something. I mean, obviously there's still fun there, but treat it with respect. And nowadays it's like, there's so much money in games and shit. You can't really. It just doesn't have the same deal. I mean, even games is like art. Do people still think games don't have some kind of art to them? Somebody like a 2-year-old still doesn't really. Years after, okay, yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, it's funny how that happens, right? Medal of Honor is like one of the first ones. And then COD ends up being the one that everybody remembers for Medal of Honor. Ends up trying to copy COD, their Modern Warfare one, and then dying off. I don't know if it was just the ideas there, or just new thing is good thing, or what. I don't know, I haven't played through all the Medal of Honors. I haven't played through any of them. I don't think I've played a single one, actually. Familiar with some of the history. Probably not, Lassie. I mean, people remember like COD 5, right? It was World War II, and they've brought back a few World War II games for COD. I mean, I think people remember them enough to try to use them in further developed games, but obviously the multiplayer and the modern stuff is the big focus, you know? And that's what really set it apart. I knew plenty of people that played COD 3 and stuff, but it wasn't like massive, but yeah. COD 4 and its multiplayer and the focus on modern was big. They only started bringing back World War 1 and 2 to try to bring in novelty after doing like 6, 7 like fucking modern games, right? And those still use the same multiplayer like setup, so I don't think many people care about pre-COD 4 COD though. Like maybe me or you might be able to talk about it, but I've played through the COD 3 campaign, I suppose. I barely remember it. Yeah, it's funny how it comes back around. Like too many World War II games, then they do COD 4, then they're like, oh, well, let's do another World War II game where it's a huge budget, and then it's just dead until they do too many modern games, and then they go back to World War II and World War I. Hell, Battlefield was doing like Vietnam and shit. I'll re-roll these in a minute. Do 4. Oh, I'd agree. I mean, there's a lot more probably diverse history to pull from, and obviously Battlefronts, different people and factions and stories there. Not that the war in the Middle East wasn't like an actual thing, but I mean, the way we fight it is way different than how we fought in World War II. You're having these like massive battles and bazillions of people and like constant fighting going on and shit. That probably has something to do with it. Perhaps. Yeah, I mean that's why you see more World War II games than like World War I games and stuff. Yeah, it's just, I think it's just ripe for that kind of shit. Didn't Far Cry already try that, right? Far Cry Primal. Prehistoric warfare would be good though. Nah, man, we should have it be Revolutionary Warfare, there you go. We just musket fire each other. Just giant grape shot cannons and shit. Games have done that with muskets, where you just have to spend like 10 hours doing musket shit. Yeah. You'll see it as like a novelty thing in some games where you have like a musket. Yeah. In terms of like early 3D games, modding, I mean, that's pretty early. I guess people just were more likely to just do crazier shit, I don't know, or it was easier. I mean, there's obviously games nowadays that are easy to mod still, but yeah. Your big budget giant ones, right? Maybe a little harder to work with. Maybe modding's a bit more spread out than it used to be, I should say. Not always just focused on a few games. I mean, that's why there's like a lot of cool Half-Life 1 shit. I don't know. I don't know anything about Half-Life 1 modding. I'm just kind of spitballing. I think of old community-made content that was huge. I think of like Doom or something, right? Yeah. Like if you want to make your own game, it's, I won't say easy, but easier to just do that. Why mod when you can make your own thing? Or, especially if games are going to be harder to work with. There's not as many eyes on one particular game. Like obviously, like with Skyrim when it came out and stuff, there's a lot of focus on that kind of thing. But what game is super easily moddable? Like on that level, or people want to, or people like, and everybody's focused on it these days. Like there is stuff, sure, but yeah, you don't have these like giant like Doom or Elder Scrolls games or Quake or something happen. Yeah, I mean that's what happens with the money and all that, right? It's not always just, hey, I just want to, because with mods it's like, you know, going into it you're getting nothing from it, right? Like most likely nothing. Some of these modders, I mean, they'll get jobs and stuff. Like in cases like with the Forgotten City, they'll mod Skyrim and then they'll go on to make an actual game out of it and stuff. So, but like mostly, yeah, you know, going in from beginning, it's just, yeah, like you said, hobbyist. It's just for fun, just goofy shit. And I mean, that still is a thing, right? I mean, you're getting these, you know, people making their sex mods and all that shit. I mean, maybe they're getting paid too. I don't know. I don't keep up with a lot of the smaller kind of mods and like every game that comes out, like Resident Evil and all that. But yeah, or they just kind of did it for fun. And it's like, well, if you could just do it in Unity, like, why not make some money from it? I don't know. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I want to just, I mean, obviously make a living off something you enjoy, but it does change what you're willing to make is kind of more the thing, right? Like if someone's not going to get anything from it, they just do it for fun or for like the community, maybe they'll get a little tension or something. They're probably more willing to just probably do like goofy shit that doesn't matter because it's just their time. They're just interested in doing it. Or like if you're gonna make a whole game, right? Like yeah, you still might do that. Don't get me wrong, but you know, there's gonna be some people who are gonna try to make something more commercial. Or maybe they wouldn't have before. Because I'm not saying like creativity's dead and nobody's making crazy visionary stuff, but just like maybe it's the amount, the kinds of stuff people make. It's kind of warped, yeah. In a way, better or worse. Well, yeah. I mean, you can blame a lot of that on publishers too, and developers probably. Why promote maps super hard when you could sell a map pack for like $20, right? COD 4, man. That was some of the first map packs, right? They had a bunch. But that was console though. I think the thing is though that they find they can make enough money off that type of thing. Why support modding and why put it on a pedestal? The community made maps. When on console they can make a bunch of money selling map pack. So I don't think. I mean, obviously there's still games that'll have custom maps like that, like Killing Floor or something. I think they still do maps and stuff, but I think I think the promotion of it and like showing it off and having that be a big part of your game, not always as much. Unless you can find a way to monetize it like Roblox or something, right? Or like some of those like parkour kind of games. What was the one? The Trackmania or something? Where they have like parkour versions of that and stuff. That's all on community stuff, but I feel like unless it's from the ground up, designed for that kind of thing, yeah, you don't see games like promoting multiplayer maps like a TF2 or something. Single player, definitely you don't. I mean, that's still like when you get Doom, old stuff like that, but I mean, maybe it has just something to do with scripting and just how some of the AI work. Yeah, Valve does. Yeah. Well, they seem still the most in love with the old school way of doing things, which I like, so. Well, I mean, less work on their part, and they know it'll work because people like them. They just bring them in for free. But that's the thing, is they know how to monetize it, because they make their money not from map packs and DLC packs, it's from cosmetic and stuff. So in that capacity, you could say that like multiplayer content made by the community would make you more money because it keeps people more interested. You don't have to develop them if you filter them correctly, and then you still make money off the cosmetic. Now with stuff like Roblox, right, like they monetize, from what I understand, everything within what people make. That's like a double whammy. But you don't see that as much in other games, I suppose. I think the thing is, like, nowadays the game as a service type of thing is the big multiplayer deal. And a constant, like, ever-changing, updated, kind of curated experience that they can, like, fine-tune the microtransaction, yeah. And they can barely get their games working, let somebody make stuff in their game. So that's why it's a lot of just model swaps and goofy shit. Yeah, single player stuff though, oof. I mean, obviously stuff like Skyrim had a lot, right? entire games that you can get separately on Steam that were just made in Skyrim or in you know, I think Gothic 2 and a bunch. Was it Gothic? I don't think. I need to play still. The first-person shooter campaign levels, not so much. The thing is, your average shooter campaign nowadays isn't just like a small map with some dudes you shoot. They're huge, set piece, big budget things, right? In terms of AAA. I mean, indie stuff, I wouldn't be surprised if there's still like map editors and what does Ion Maiden have a map editor? I mean, but those are like literally going for like an old school style game. I'm sure there's some shit, but I mean, in indies there's always something. The difference is the amount of eyes on it. You don't get a lot of community made shit without a community, right? So when something like Skyrim or Doom is like the biggest thing out there, you're gonna get a lot more stuff, especially if it's like really accessible to make on it. But nowadays the games that have big eyes on them don't even really, it's not easy to make mods. They don't have like a good recipe for mod making. They don't promote them. So. Like they might still exist, but it's not the same, yeah. That's cool, Valve. I mean, I like that kind of community shit, man. It's not that it doesn't exist anymore, it's just that it's... I feel like the breadth of who plays games, how many games are vying for your attention, and how many different kinds of games are out there. While games probably have a higher amount of people per game playing them nowadays than probably ever, it's like you're still have like kind of like a split and the way the monetization works and all this and that and the engines and all that and how easy it is to just make games. There's just so many reasons that I wouldn't say modding's dead, but it's kind of like changed, right? That's why you still, I feel like, see a lot more modding for these games that already have like a dedicated community, like a Skyrim or something. Keep getting mods and Doom and stuff, right? Because they just either they're easy to work with, there's some kind of tradition or community there already. Like I hear more about more Doom mods and people making games on like some Doom engine than I do a whole lot of new mods that are extensive nowadays for new shit. Like I'll hear about porn mods and model swaps and stuff in the new RE4, stuff like that. But I mean, you're not seeing like crazy shit. You know, people go out of their way to make like randomizers and stuff. People make mods for Dark Souls that are like really crude, but like there's something, right? Or Elden Ring. But a lot of them are like technical, or they're like kind of, you know, maybe ghetto or something, right? I don't know. There is a lot still. I shouldn't say there's not a lot, but it's just different. It's just different how they do it nowadays. How many people are doing it, the accessibility of it. Like, I mean, you're not having like back in the day where Blizzard would make a tool in StarCraft 1 or 2 or Warcraft to help you like create your own thing, right? Like you do get it, like I said, like Roblox and shit like that. Like there is stuff, but it's not like that's at the forefront of gaming anymore, right? Like, you know, Warcraft 3 is like everybody's playing Warcraft. Yeah, that shit's big, right? I mean, I didn't play it, but I will play it. But it's like a, you know, you don't get modding at the forefront of gaming these days. You'll get people to try to create like tools like Dreams and shit, right? Like literally the game called Dreams. Like your Little Big Planets and stuff as like a novelty, or Mario Makers, right? Where like community made content is a huge thing, but I don't know. In terms of like big PC or just stuff at the forefront of AAA, a lot of those are kind of like novelties, and like there's a lot of people that'll make a Mario Maker level, but it's like it's Mario, right? Like you don't get a lot of like games that aren't like huge IPs, I feel like, doing that kind of shit. And even then you just don't. Especially like in FPSs and all that. It's a lot of different things. Hard to say, but definitely a I don't say a relic of the past, but something that definitely changed a lot. even just how you access multiplayer. I mean, you don't usually connect to like lobbies and stuff. I mean, you do in some games still. I mean, like I said, all this stuff still kind of exists, but it's gone a lot from lobbies to instant matchmaking, and that itself just is a completely different thing, right? Like, you know, you might not get a sense of community or, you know, regulars. You don't have to interact as much. They could just be bots for all you know. Like, it changes the feeling of multiplayer. It's easy. You could just get into it, play. You don't have to get like super competitive or serious. You're just playing, right? Because it's just random people. But in stuff like MMOs, that kind of mentality, like where you just can instantly jump into stuff with no party, you know, no lobby, like with other games, it kind of changes how people interact too. So those kinds of little things are a big deal. I don't know. It's interesting how that's changed a lot. On one hand, I like the quality of life for just, I mean, like if I just want to play something and it's just chill, right? Just kind of play a little bit. Yeah, I don't want to do server shit. But if I'm serious about, you know, wanting to chat with people or strategize or something, it's like, yeah, I'd rather have a dedicated server, and you don't always have that option. Yeah, Lassie. Yeah, how people interact with each other in multiplayer games is definitely very different. Dundee. What is Soul gonna do with that? I mean, they have the best, yeah, chance of stopping it. We don't owe them shit, dude. This is a pretty wide-reaching problem here. Two more. You can never get fully up. You have to get 5 more. Technically, I've missed one probably because of the assassin guy. Oh yeah. I'm taking my time with this, man. I'll tell you what. Get this going. Don't get me wrong, I love the conversation, but it inadvertently does make the game take a bit longer to beat, which kind of fucks with the pacing of the story. No, I mean, I would rather have the conversation, but I do need to like make an attempt to get moving through this. It's not the most breakneck story in the first place. So I'll do it later. I don't know. I'm playing around with all sorts of shit. Guess maybe I'm leaning on something more relaxing. We'll see. Then again, I'm not. So. I agree with what Peak says. Make everybody make the choice. That's how I felt about the flotilla too. It's like, Jesus, man. I mean, they got a lot. I feel like when you have that kind of hardship, like any kind of petty need for each other, for the most part, would probably erode. And, you know, it's like that age-old, oh, we don't fight the aliens. The world peace by fighting like a greater evil kind of thing. Yeah. And then some of that's just like an idyllic thing. I mean, of course, people are gonna keep their hate, their petty shit, but not everybody, man. Okay. I do it. Or am I doing it? Neutral ground. This is the final episode. Send the data episode purge and the final series of events tonight will begin. At this point we'll be able to turn to complete other jobs or find other endings. Oh, so they're making this like the end. Okay. Let's make sure we're good to go, huh? Yeah, I'm good. I guess I'll go eat a few times. It's fitting to kind of end the story of this place. A bigger event. And they knew when to bring in something of larger scale. The hardliner. There's another flux of incoming. Give up hope early on. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're just gonna be able to outrun it forever, brother man. Especially considering it probably fucked your ships like before you could even get out of here. Well, I don't know how ships aren't fucked up from the flux thing when they were escaping, but. The hardliner, of course, he's just here. Evil man. What is this guy hoping to get? Unless he has something to do with it. Maybe they're bringing in the villain here. War. Okay, he took the guns. Not surprised. Well, she better do it quick. Whoever moves first is gonna end up fucking getting the advantage. Is it just leaving? I mean, I'd rather try to like stop it. Just leaving is kind of boring. Are we just evacuating it regardless? No choice in the matter. I mean, it does seem like a probably smart thing to do if they don't have any way to stop it. Just leave. In a gamey sense, I would stay because I don't. I'm sure something will pop up, possibly. Right? We'll see. enough time to settle them all. I mean, if P can actually just show that they can do something with certainty, that would be a good start. I really don't know if they have that. Debates. Cycle. Derice. Well, I'd rather do that. That's more interesting than just piecing. Sobs. Okay. Well, what do you want me to do? Oh. Strategy. We're gonna use the gardener. You have to pretty much do all the fucking endings where you stay to pull any of this off. They might. Yeah, that's probably the only chance. I might as well go for it. So we're gonna have like an everyone's here moment. If the whole station's fucking under attack, if you will, then you think we'd start pulling in a lot of people. Like just be. I know a guy. Okay. We got Bang. So hopefully we actually do get like an everyone's here thing. This would be a place that would perfectly work that in. Gotta wait another day. Bang's fucking... or Fang. Fang is out there fucking around. Thank God I got the reroll, man. This helps quite a bit. Nice. 3 4s is pretty much 3 seconds. Unless you have like a can or something. Hopefully he's gonna help us quick, man. He doesn't have a revenge plot to get away this time. This is all I have in my wardrobe. His personality right now with his visuals matches up pretty well. What happens if you do this DLC before this is even a fucking thing, man? Like, you have to just like go investigate the gardener? That's a very long quest line. When they say this is meant for late game only, they should be like, don't start this shit till you've done everything else. Within reason. And pick the stay on the eye ending. All of them. One more ghost in the machine. Seed the gardener. Am I gonna need grove spores? I've been grabbing them just in case. I'm trying to grab a little bit of everything I can. I think I'm light on is shit mine stuff and drill cap. I can't get any more shit mine easily in this game. I sure hope they don't want one on the fly. Three of these things. Anything I have ahead of time will help a lot. Why did nobody try planting any of these before? I mean, what's her face, dude? It's the bar. I've been hearing a little bit of rumblings of it, but I really have not caught up with it being popular or not. I mean, I know hardcore made some waves here and there, but there's a lot of people playing hardcore classic now or something. Or there like just some big streamers getting into it or something. Put some eyes on it. Do they do some like special challenges or PvP servers or something? It's just like if you die, you're dead forever, right? mean, that kind of Iron Man type of thing's always been fun to watch. I would never want to do that. It takes like a month to get to 60 in Classic. Or not a month, I mean, a long time. But, it used to be fun to tune in occasionally and see somebody get fucked. The only thing I've been hearing about lately is people getting banned for killing streamers. That's about it. That's about all I've heard of hardcore in the last few weeks. Yeah, no, it sounds like good entertainment, good content. I'm sure it's fun to rush to play if you got a lot of time, but if you're not a streamer, that is. If you're a streamer, you're making money off it. Yeah. No, I mean, I'd probably watch some for sure, depending on who's doing it. I assume they're always in PvP servers, it'd be kind of fucked otherwise. I mean, I've watched a lot of Deathless or One Life playthroughs of stuff, you know, Souls games and no hits and all that kind of shit. Those are always fun, yeah, just because somebody could spend like 80 hours and lose it. It's big stakes, right? People are watching big stakes, yeah. So. And you don't have to invest a whole lot. You get the enjoyment of somebody getting fucked, the schadenfreude or whatever it's called, and you don't actually have to do it yourself. Yeah. I'm sure it's fun. Yeah, maybe I'll have to check it out a bit. I've got a big backlog of videos. Now that I'm actually using the reading list and adding tabs to it. Usually do game news first. I've been trying to watch a little bit of Darkest Dungeon too, just because I'm curious, but I don't. I have to watch somebody I actually like to watch. There's not been a whole lot of people on my followers list playing it when I'm actually looking to watch something, which is whenever I'm not streaming, which is not very often. I didn't really play the first one, I just watched a fair bit of it. It's a similar type of thing where there's a big grind and time investment in it. And you can throw it all away really hard. It's fun to watch in a way, but I'd watched so much of it that I was like, I never felt like getting around to it myself because a lot of the mystique would be gone. The turn-based combat seems pretty clean, but yeah, the grind seems whatever. And I'm just seeing the new one just because I'm curious. It's more of like a roguelite formula. Where you kind of keep adding things to the permanence of the run and stuff. And it's 3D now instead, which is interesting seeing their art style get carried over into 3D. I don't know. I haven't played it personally. It seems neat, but it seems also kind of like a chore. It just depends on what you're into. I'm sure I'd like it if I played it through the whole thing. I mostly just watch it a little bit. Like I said, one of those I just seen too much where I just have no interest in really jumping into it. I'd probably play the second one, but depends how much of that I watch. It's getting a little bit more mixed reception, but people seem to generally think it's pretty cool. Seems a bit more accessible as well. A little less grindy, a bit more just like 2-3 hour runs. But that's the whole point, is you put so much time into it in the first game that when you lose it, it's a big deal. You can't have that if you make it easy to get back into place. So. But yeah, I got too much to play. It's really long. Yeah, for sure. No, I feel you there. I don't mind playing like a long game, but a game that, yeah, is kind of just like senselessly grinding or just keep replaying it just to have something to do, not so much. I want to get something out of it a bit stronger than that at this point. Yeah, too much coming out for sure. Which is like, it's one of the reasons I don't replay a lot of stuff. I love replaying stuff. I get to talk about it, so there is a bit more incentive for me because of the stream, and they're relaxing or something. Which is why I'd consider doing Wind Waker, but I'm like, man, I got all these like new ones to play, and I could be dead in a year for all I know. So it's like I might as well do some different experiences. And, I don't know. Yeah. My thing is like, yeah, if I'm gonna put like 50-60 hours into something, I've got a lot of things contending for that 50-60 hour playtime, right? I don't want to just grind. Like when I got a lot of stuff to play, it's hard to want to deal with like like a 20-hour setback or something. But there's an appeal to it. I can see it. I'm sure I'd have fun with it in the right circumstance. Darkest Dungeon, that is. I've just seen too much of it, right? Like some of it would be able to see the new bosses and see the new areas as you claw your way up to them, but like fuck man, I've already seen them all. The problems, I guess, with watching streams. Okay. Well, I should tell this to everybody. I'm sure that the hardliners work with Senate Sat or some shit. Well, I was hoping that what's-her-face would show up here and, like, help them out, like Muscle, but of course, they're just fucking off somewhere. I do feel like this builds off of all of the other stuff pretty well, though. You're getting to see a lot of characters, end up showing kind of more of their true colors, see just how big scale some of these corporations will go to, like, fuck people over to get something, since they're working on more of a cosmic scale. And what's like an average life to somebody, you know, now would be totally different to somebody managing something on a galactic scale, right? It's kind of cool they're digging into some of that. We're not gonna tell anybody about the Sat shit. He's a fucking bitch. Care as much about your circumstance. I should ask about Senate Sat. I was hoping we get to hear all of it, but I don't think we're gonna hear everything. We gotta choose. I was hoping to hear a little bit about Ash, just assuming she might come out. The mulch. the killer, the hunter, or anything? Yeah, I don't think the assimilation of the gardener is going to be awesome, but for the people who aren't completely jacked in, it might be fun. It's cool they kind of like describe this place, but it'd be kind of cool if you kind of see it just a little bit too. Just a little here and there. On the budget then though. So I have to do the flotilla shit as well. You think we don't have to deal with the other guy? I guess he just gave up. Good of him. This shit ain't gonna show back up for a few days, but hopefully we have everything we need. I really hope they don't want a shipment course. Shipment courses are not easy to get. I mean, I do have the money to buy one outright if I need it. And I could sell shit. Ethan returns, yeah. You didn't kill me when you had the chance, motherfucker. Escape. This is gonna be drama for the other two fucking groups. I don't give a fuck about them. Nerd. Walk with me. Enough walking. It needs doing. A little bit, yeah. It's not a huge thing, and in the end here, there's obviously a lot of big stuff happening. The fate of all sorts of people, so I can see where they're getting, yeah, a little more poetic and all the, yeah, it's not like you're just every man is out here, right? Like Ethan or something. Or, you know, the guy who's like scavenging the ships and all that. This is a bit, yeah, more wordy and dealing with, I'm trying to make it a bit more large and emotional. But it is a larger situation. So it's not totally unfitting, but yeah, I mean, I do prefer it a bit more. A little less verbose and poetic at times, for sure. I haven't noticed it as much as you, but like there is shit like sadness will not sustain you and all that. But, I don't know. Like when the guy who unveils he's like working with some company, you know, he starts analyzing you, psychoanalyzing you. I mean, it makes enough sense because it's relating back to like who you are at this point after the entire journey. Like them getting a bit more like analytical and verbose, like it kind of fits there. I don't think it's too bad, but yeah, some of these Joe Randos and stuff, and the amount of people that do it, I can understand that a bit. The second person narration's always been like this, though. That's where it gives it a bit more atmosphere. Yeah, and I mean, I don't enjoy most of these new characters. I mean, I think they work fine for the story, but I'm not. I had a lot more fun, and there's more variety. I think the thing is, like, all of these people have to be working towards some big goal, where the other characters could just be like a bartender, just somebody who worked with like some kind of conflict in a gang, right? It gives you a bit more of a range of characters who can exist in a 20 to 30 minute span, where these all are in service of something. Narratively, something. I think that's maybe why they can kind of feel a little different. Yeah, it's not like a big deal. They still try to have them be different enough, though. I mean, like, this guy's an asshole. I mean, every flotilla person's kind of a dick that Porter warms up to. hyper asshole. I was gonna end up helping them all, so. I think that's everything. So now we just help all of them and hope we can get the rest figured out. It's like I get it, right? Like their circumstances and stuff, but the thing is, like, you might get this guy who's a little bit more of a hard ass, but he's still trying to just like help people. And this person's just kind of like. The thing is, they're all pretty standoffish and like really entitled. I think maybe a little bit more of a mix there would be fine. I mean, you get a range of like kind of nice to nice-ish after a bit to like asshole, I guess. And like you can kind of get the circumstances, but they're not as diverse a range of characters for sure, because they're all pretty standoffish. I mean, I guess they all come from like a crazy situation. Let's just do one at a time, man. The only one I don't have is Endure. That's fine. Okay, I have +2 on everything. Shouldn't be a big deal. I want to use all of that, but it's okay for the most part. I mean, I'll probably actually defend it, because why not, man? We went through all that trouble. Why would I just peace out with these losers, dude? Might as well go for it. Not the best rolls, I'll have to hope the re-rolls do it. Shit rolls, man. too. A lot of ones. I would say we have plenty of time, but I don't know if this is going to be all it is, right? Might be more. I mean, if I was the main character, I'd just be worried that I'm not going to have any place I can survive. I mean, are you going to get enough scrap? You're going to need at least one thing of scrap a day, which, I mean, sure, maybe. As long as you got a place to buy it, it's not that expensive. But stabilizers and shit, dude. Fucking hell. I don't know if they make a good case for you being able to survive somewhere else. I think the Greenway thing is like way too OP and unique of a thing for you to really realistically make it anywhere else. But maybe they find a way, right? Because the thing is, like, to make stabilizers, that's like something only the company has, and there's not a lot of it. Like the chance of anything else existing is like super low. Yeah, 1 in a million if you want. So some way at the end of some of these endings where it's like she could realistically like survive, right? Possibly. Like I like the ending where you pretty much die before you even reach your destination or whatever. Because that kind of shows like, yeah, you probably would not be able to live past your planned obsolescence at all, really. So that, you know, Green Man doesn't fuck him over here. The gardener. I wonder if they like cut you. I wonder if they make it so you just can't continue this if you haven't done all the other side quests. Because like if you didn't do most of these, you wouldn't be able to go this far. I don't even know, like the one where like everybody leaves the system or some shit too, or like with the chess guy, like. Know any of that if we don't go and do the other stuff? I don't know, man. Like, I imagine it plays in here. They act like because I'm helping here that I'm leaving. I'm not leaving, man. Okay, like some of the dialogue does that, like, you know, oh, you could go, you could, I'll miss you. Well, I guess that doesn't necessarily mean you're leaving. I'm staying. I'm staying. The entire game's been here, and I've put in too much effort trying to save the station to just say peace. And to fight corporate control. Oh, okay. That's good. The club heads. So you would be able to survive, I guess, with the help of this thing. Thank you. These are yours by right. It's mine by right. More than a friend. Godspeed. Thank you. Now we gotta help the people that don't really deserve it, but okay. A proud asshole. And they're not like pure evil or anything like the hardliners or Satan or whatever. Oh my god, really, dude? Can I, yeah, it's like, can I get something that isn't like the worst shit ever, please? Christ, dude. I think it's funny that if we do stop it from happening on the eye, these ships just get fucked. How do these ships not get totaled, man, by this thing? Wouldn't they just be compromised already at this point? It'd be funny if these assholes and everybody else left and all died and we're just good on the fucking the eye. Like, that's too bad. You leave the barn. Everybody wants to go to that starboard belt. Fuck, Bliss. They got a head start. I'll take your bar. Everybody left me their business. We can make the eye free from everyone. I could own all the business here and run it myself. Sure, I'll do it. Right. The sooner the preparations, I mean. Is there anything left, bro? I'm well prepared, man. Do I just have to wait out the days? I think if you have like nothing left to do anywhere, you should just like just fucking speed that up a bit. We're probably gonna have to wait out the whole thing. Can we like check in on people? Do they like do anything? I mean, everybody knows something's going on now. No Maritz time. Some of that money. Well, is there anything else to do? Surprised I don't have some last words with some of these other people too. I mean, you probably connected a shitload with the fungus man. Maybe they just didn't want to do an everyone's here thing. People just come in who actually make sense. Which I can respect that. I guess we just wait the days, man. All done. Probably don't even need to actually do any of this, but whatever. I don't just waste the days, you never know, right? Like regret. It's time. Yeah, it fits well into the narrative. You start to be a bit more free and have a bit more easy time of it all. Yeah, man, I should have done the scrap yesterday. Thought we were just gonna wait around, but apparently not. Yeah, by the very end, you definitely have a bit more time to do stuff and kind of take your time and shit. Depends on how many of the side things you've done and all that. I mean, I have very high chances of getting the best results, so they just give you a little extra wiggle room, so you might wait a little bit in this last bit. But yeah, during the rest of the game, which is why I would say, the pre-DLC stuff's probably paced the best. This has been better for sure, but I'd say the beginning of the DLC to the end of the game is a little slower just because there's not as many things going on. Not just the risk, but that there's just not as much at once that you pick between. When you're focused on just one thing, you kind of just might kind of just do time wasters and stuff. Still are useful, but solid. You're looking solid. Yeah, I got Ash is just a fucking loser. What is she gonna come in and save the day at the end? At least standoffish, selfish fuck. I mean, she's not even like that selfish. She's trying to help people, but she's just way too up her own ass, man. Like a selfishness. That makes sense. Like you're helping people almost for yourself more than them. That's great. Just plug it in. before somebody can stop you. This place will become your tomb. Get turned into the liquid Evangelion goop, Kool-Aid, the Tang. Look, man, even if you get fucked over, I'd rather go out fucking swinging, dude, instead of being some dude's fucking, like, piece, man. Especially in, like, a video game, right? Like, maybe in reality that choice would be harder to make. Obviously, like, your survival, your everything and all that, versus it's most likely a very unlikely cause or something, especially when you have some galactic super-powered corporation. But like in a game, it's like, dude, fuck off, man. You're a manipulator, sir. I've never been manipulated whatsoever. Good day. Thank you for the chess. Like I was just like, hey man, you know, I'll let you go free if you give us the gardener. Pretty much it's like, yeah, that's what we want. We want to have them have even more strong assimilation fucking shit. My thing is they'll probably figure out a way anyways. No, yeah, that's the whole thing, right? Is it's not reality. You get to make little fun choices and stuff you wouldn't do and explore, you know, different sides of maybe yourself or just something, right? Just for fun, you know? It's like in some game where you have expected responses even, right? Like, I mean, if I say fuck it to all these people, there's a real chance in the video game I'm probably going to end up winning somehow in some contrived way, but we'll see in this, it might not be the case. This has a lot more choices going on, it feels like, than the rest of the game, but it feels more final, so that's probably why. But yeah, I was like, oh, fuck it, man. But I also think that a lot of people would probably just do that. Like, they make a case for everybody else. The corporate thing, not as much. You'd really have to be fucking... I think that's more of a case of survival, and you don't feel that as much in a game. But for leaving, for the hopelessness of all this, that's one thing. But it's like, you go through a lot of steps to be able to like try to fight the thing off and find out a lot of details. And that generally makes you think like you're probably going to be able to stop something. It's not just like a choice. So that's kind of like a gamey way, I guess. You kind of predict stuff. Not how much time we've spent on the I do and shit, but I mean, maybe not. I mean, we'll see where they go with it. I don't think it's like a for sure fire thing, but it gives you enough confidence that you're like, you know what, I'm just going to stick to my guns on it. I don't care what happens. Especially when you get these corporate fuck, man. You know, you're like, we'll go out swinging, man. Not running. The way the corporate guy talks about it, I mean, you do feel a little less inclined to want to stay on the eye, that's for sure, man. Leaving seems a bit more okay, but yeah, I'm just sticking to it. Over to this point. Like, if they're just gonna roll in with like a fucking army anyways, it's like... I feel like if she made the argument that like life on the road kind of style is more her speed, somewhere where she could just kind of make ends meet as they just roll around, that would be a lot better of a call. Instead it does make it look like they're just running, because everybody's goal is to find some place to like away from corporate control, where it's like probably the most free you're gonna be is probably just riding around at this point. Putting down roots is pretty hard, man. Unless you're going way out. decide the time you make this choice. Because I said that in all the other ones. I think it's more like thematically fitting too, in a way. Well, this game doesn't sugarcoat how great the AI is. Like some games like Lake or something will try to make it look, like, oh, this is bad and this is good because it's like rural and we're hanging out. And this, like, you can make a case, especially at the end here, where it's like, is the AI all that great? Especially with the corporate shit going on soon. But I think, like, you've turned down 3 different, escape. And in this one, you actually do have your shrooms this time, so at least you can make the case that there would be survival, but it's like, in a way, you've like bonded with the people. I think problem is a lot of people are leaving, and a lot of the bonding and all that's kind of gotten corrupted a little bit. So, but I mean, there's still people here and shit like that. I'm surprised they don't mention Moritz and all that. I do like the song they always choose for when you pick your to stay or to not. I think they make a good. I mean, you bond enough with everybody and they make a good enough case where choosing to stay and go is actually kind of like a. You can definitely feel maybe some regret or like it was a good call or not. Because I think they like describe it out. How they describe it afterwards is probably the strong point. Because they'll be like, oh, there's a bunch of adventures out there and a life with all these people you like and stuff, and then you like don't do it, right? Because you're always like leaving someone who you've spent some time building up to. So I could definitely see leaving at some point. At this point, I'm just being stubborn. I want you to see how it rolls, man. And that there are still some people left, but I think in this ending, most people are fucking gone, man. And I feel like they should have had more of the people who are staying show up. But maybe they really wanted you to like maybe think about leaving more, but I do like that they show the whole thing at the end here too. That's a pretty good call. You're never gonna see the whole fucking thing. Oh, cool. And this gets to work there. The stray cat, man. That's good they're bringing everybody in kind of in this bit. Well, they definitely write those pretty well, man. But I'm a sucker for you pick an ending and then they show you everything that's gonna happen all the way through to your death kind of thing. The good and the bad. I think that's one other thing that's strong about the writing in this. Is that they're willing to show the bad parts of some of this shit too, which makes it way more poignant. Because it feels more real. It was good. I actually felt some shit on these last bits. I'm glad we went through it all. Definitely raised the opinion of the game even more, I would say. Music does a good job too, though. Now we might be able to test the other ending for shits. I don't really care that much. Yeah, I mean, I was like pretty engaged with most of it there, and some of the choices. I mean, I think they made them feel. You could see it either way to a certain extent, and then how they sell them afterwards. It was good for sure. I like that. Pretty strong. I don't know if I really want to see the other ending, honestly. You know what? Nah. I don't think we're gonna see it. Let's go to the main menu. I think we're gonna let that choice set. I don't think I want to go 8-bit on it. Alright, later, Ariel. Thank you for the chit chat. Yeah, it's like I could go. But you know what? This time, I think I'm just gonna sit with the ending we left. That was a really strong end, so I'd rather just leave it there. And I'm getting fucking hungry, so I'm gonna go out and get some food. Yeah, I think that was real. That was a really good way to end it. That was like a proper, actual end of the game. I was talking about that before. I was like, yeah, you know, yeah, later, man. I was like, where it felt like, you know, maybe in the core game they didn't really have like an ending. There's just like all sorts of little ways you can end it. But this one really felt like they updated it and had this big like final send off. And while pace wise it wasn't always as strong as like just learning about the world and what you feel about it and stuff and your circumstances, it definitely builds up to more of a final feel, which is cool. And with a more super choice there. I don't know. I definitely think it's the execution of the endings usually, and then like the music and like, you know, panning out to show the whole thing and showing, you know, what's the rest of your life going to be, that kind of stuff, that probably sells it the best for sure. I think the build-up's fine for sure. It's obviously super important. I mean, am I that tied to a lot of these people? I wouldn't say as much on the eye. Some people more than others for sure. I wish we'd gotten to see more of them pop in, like Ritz and all that stuff, but you know, not everything was. I mean, maybe these have a lot of like different little endings you can do, because I mean, you could technically start the DLC before you even run the bar or anything, so who knows. I don't know if there was maybe something with Ritz you can unlock, but, I don't know. In a way it feels more believable that way. There's like, you know, a lot of people leave, some people are gone. Corporations will come fuck shit up. It doesn't end perfectly, but like you carve your own little thing out. And I think that yeah, give it a go. I mean, it might not be your deal, and it's pretty long if you want to see everything, but I think it's pretty well written. And definitely stands you know, apart from a lot of typical video game writing, just because some of the quality of it. I think it's worth at least going for a little bit longer just to see what you think on the writing. But I mean, it's very like cynical, dark humor, right? So I mean, it might not be your thing at all. But, yeah, cool. You have to let me know what you think if you do. Yeah, overall, no, this was good. I think it goes in phases. So in the first half to 2/3 of this game, I would say its strength is like how it weaves in gameplay, resource management, time management into more bite-sized world building focused chunks of story. You're jumping between things. You've always got like a ticking clock, but so you need to survive a little bit, but you also want to like kind of do more with other people and kind of maybe start to unravel their stories and shit as you go. It goes from survival to stories, and then as you get freedom, the gameplay allows you to more time to do stuff, and then you get to focus on things like, you know, where you want to go with it. And I think all of that really thematically the gameplay parallels the story really well there. I think getting that freedom, you don't have the tracker on you anymore, you have easier access to stabilizers and scrap and money. That's also when it's like, you know, they start asking, you know, do you just like it here, do you prefer it here, do you want to actually go? Obviously you could have some of that happen beforehand, but so I think that's interesting. They give you lots of little outs. Usually you'd want to stay. I think they make it a tougher decision on some of them, like going out to the deep space with the guy and his daughter. But even then, they have good ways of like giving you kind of a buy-in back to not going out. Because I mean, that is going to be controlled by another corporation. It's going to take decades. It might not even end well, but you know, you're kind of on a shithole. That's like, and those, you know, those people. And it's like, I don't know. It's one of those things like they give you some definitely. I mean, since you just get to see both, you don't really have to make a choice as much. Which is why this one I just kind of like said, fuck it, we'll just stick with it. But so I think it's cool just to experience those bits, and so some of those are strong. It doesn't have like a final thing, but anyways, yeah. Sorry, the first 2/3. I'll get back to my point. Is strong in that way, and then it starts building up. I think the middle bit, like near the end, where you're trying to kind of just finish up some of your long timers and stuff, and then like maybe start the DLC. Those are a little slow. I would say I was probably maybe even bored. Like when I was getting onto that, I was like, I could see myself just not bothering, but I was like, let's see it out. Like I liked the rest of it, and I liked the music and stuff, and I'm glad I did, because they improve a lot after the first episode. So once you finish all your main story stuff, there's not many reasons to go back. I think they could have incorporated that a little bit better, but they do try to kind of in the story. So, but for the most part, it's all just at the end there. And once they finally like have the second DLC thing pop in, where there's like more ships and more characters, and you're realizing like a threat, and they're tying it all back in, and the theme of like, you know, finding your way or whatever the fuck, and you know what you want to do or some shit. I don't even know if you call it a theme, but I think kind of it's brought to the surface, closer to the surface than it's ever been. It's at its strongest, you know. They have an ending where they show you staying and, you know, your whole life and all that. And, where the other endings, you just say, no, you know, you'll feel bad, but you're staying because there's more to do. But in this one, it's like, this is the actual end of all those choices, and I think that's cool. And so it kind of feels like all of the stuff building up to that moment, whether you truly, as a player, wanted it or not. But they still try to make it feel like there's, you know, some things you need to do, and there's a few timers and a few tough things, but it's not as annoying as like the first DLC, and there's more characters to jump between and new animals. So I think they do a lot better of bringing that mid-game pacing back to the end DLC there. It just has like a rough spot at the very end of the main stuff. In the first DLC, it's a little slow. Like I didn't really care much about Poke or whatever, or Poke's friend. What was her name? Ash. I was like, you know, she was standoffish to a point where it was like, you really couldn't even like empathize, right? Like, I mean, if you're an asshole in reality, but you got a good heart, you've got like good intention. If you're just an asshole 90% of the time, you're just gonna get treated like an asshole. It doesn't matter why you do it, right? Like, there's only so much asshole that people are gonna take, and that's kind of how they felt. I was like, yeah, they were clearly trying to be nice, or kind of, or like they had like, you know, good intentions or something like that. But like, I don't know, if you carry yourself like a dick 90% of the time, like that's gonna be what really matters. So it's like, that's kind of how they were to me. I was like, I didn't really get into the Ash character. I guess the relation between Ash and Poke, where they had to separate and all that. Like I think maybe it could have been a little stronger, but they got already a lot of time compared to most characters, so it was better that you started to learn about other characters and stuff like that. Like some of the flotilla heading off on their own, some of them staying. With the rest of the group, right, before they left. It was cool meeting some of those characters. I'm glad they brought more in. But yeah. Overall though, I think it was good. So I was always engaged, and in the right moments I was actually like into it. Like more emotionally like getting hit by it a bit. But usually it was just that kind of like what we were talking about yesterday, where it's just engaging. Just all the different stories coming together. Some of the really neat, I feel like, high concept sort of shit, like emulated consciousness, the mixture of biological interfacing with tech, but something that's like grown and like a mass of like consciousness swirling together kind of thing, like an Evangelion goop thing. A lot of stuff like that. They bring in little things like that to always have like a little surprise. The virtual world, and they're kind of like little avatars and stuff. Some of the choices you make don't always have some kind of long impact, but they do flavor things, I think, in a good enough way. You learn different things or decide you morally want to do something, and that kind of helps, I feel like, build the RP, even if it's not always playing out choices, which is, I guess, is important too. So like you saving the killer or the hunter or something, like maybe you're more of like, you feel more like pacifist, or if you turn down an ending and go for a different ending, it's like, well, it doesn't really change anything after that, but it does make you feel, well, I mean, I guess you stay, right? But it does make you feel a bit more maybe tied to the place and some of the people or something, because you keep turning down these big opportunities. So. And I think that builds into the end there. So it's kind of in a way like a choice, like an RP kind of feeling choice, right? It doesn't like specifically mess with too much stuff, but it makes, like I said, the end feel a bit more poignant. So poignant, impactful. Let's go with impactful, strong. But yeah, music was really good. I think music did a lot of work. I wouldn't say it's like just heavy lifting, because like I said, that would be kind of disrespectful to the rest of the story, but I definitely think it sets the mood. They have it come in during a lot of these endings in strong ways. The fucking acid reflux. Oh my god, it's deep. They have it come in strong ways right when they need to. Otherwise, I feel like the consistency of just the music in general, like it gives it like a somber vibe, or it kind of just gives it just some kind of just interesting atmosphere. Because some of it's like more somewhat upbeat, and when you're just doing your day-to-day type of shit. And, I think it usually does. It does a really good job. It's music that's nice to listen to. Yeah, and I could see people having the visuals be maybe a problem, because it isn't like a whole lot, right? But what is there is like really clean. I think the way like a lot of the text is like aligned with like stuff like they'll show like the little vertical text next to the people's portraits and what they are, and then you're getting all this a nice like mesh of like UI elements and stuff to make it feel stylish. But like it's mostly just clicking in menus and stuff, and I think it works for me for sure. I mean, it's obviously it's not like huge budget or anything, but I think it works with the budget they're going for. Yeah, for sure, Tracker. I would agree with that. I think another space game, Opus Echo of Star Song, does really good with that as well. Some kind of more somber kind of atmospheric stuff with art that feels very kind of sometimes desolate and just big and stuff. It fits a lot, and this is the same way. I think maybe one big look at the whole system or the whole station would have been nice in the beginning, but they show it there at the end, which was cool. But yeah, I mean, would it have been a little cooler if they had a few more like little shots, drawn shots of like environments occasionally? Probably, but I think the way that they just had the portraits in different areas that you'd zoom in on fit right. I don't know if I'd want to play another like 40 hours in this setup, but I think it works good for like a 15 to 16 whatever hour game, right? Yeah, cohesive for sure. I would agree with that. Which is good. I mean, that's where good games are, right? And all the elements are working overtime together. And for a game made by a small amount of people, I mean, having an idea of the scope you want and what you can pull off and having that all work together really cleanly, right? Like, they're not going to be able to have some kind of big giant budget to have all these things happening. So it's more about, like, you know, what art elements are they going to put on the screen? How are they going to do it? And how's that going to, like, flow with the writing and the music and stuff? And I think they just handle it really well. Definitely be looking forward to seeing what they're doing next. They'll play their last game too. That'll be cool. Well, I mean, apparently they say there's more coming. I'm hoping it's just like a new game. I'm hoping this ends up like an Opus, where Opus 2 is kind of like, you know, I was this is better than Opus 2, where they have like a certain limitations or something, but they make do really well with them. But then like Opus 3 like opens it up and it's like way crazier and shit. So, it'd be cool if they did that. Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, overall I'd say it was engaging. You're not always going to get hit with big emotions, but when they do hit, they're pretty good, and it's a unique feelings for sure, which I like. Like I said, I think that ending there was real strong. That was a really good send off. But I get hit by that kind of stuff pretty easily. It's like family stuff and seeing your entire life play out before you stuff. Those will get me. Those are pretty good. I think that's a good way to have choice and feel the impact of something and the finality of some shit. I think that's a good way to handle like an end choice, where it's about more like real living type of stuff like this. What's up, Cactus? I'm jumping off soon. I need to go get food. I'm dying. And we'll start something else when I get back. Probably. Yo, Tracker, thank you very much. Thank you for watching. It was good. I'm glad somebody. You guys enjoyed the chill tunes or just hanging out? Yeah, what are you guys' you got any like counter thoughts to a lot of that? I mean, I think it has its little issues for sure. Like I said, maybe there could have been a bit more budget thrown around here and there. Some of the characters can be samey, or they just don't have enough time to breathe, right? And something like Disco Elysium, it's like 100 hours long, so you really get a feel for a lot of them. But I think the audiovisual side of stuff really meshes with some of the straight to the point kind of writing they try to get to at times. Typos. Yeah, which sucks in a text heavy game. I didn't really notice them, but I believe you on that. I think everything else was clean enough where I probably wouldn't have cared too much about some typos, but can definitely tarnish it a bit. Yeah, I think by the end, I mean, it is getting a little more poetic, the wordiness of it, but I don't know. I think if you're really in it and you've been there the whole time and you're kind of like invested in it, getting a bit more grandiose with something that's larger scale and like more ultimate, like, you know, it's all over kind of thing. I think it's okay. I didn't really have a big problem there. I think it definitely, the beginning is much more different from the end, and I don't think they quite make me feel a whole lot of like home love for the eye, which I guess makes the choices a little bit harder and makes maybe some of the regret maybe of an ending feel a bit more strong, which is a good thing. I mean, I'm not regretting a bad way, but like, you know, what could have been, right? I mean, that's like life, right? Well, I could have done something else, right? And I think they capture that well at the end there, but I mean, maybe they could have made you feel a little bit more at home. A lot of people leave and they don't pull in a lot of people by the end to like reinforce some of those bonds. And a lot of the time you're with Poke. I was like, Poke was okay. Wasn't anything crazy. They were interesting enough, but I can understand the plight to like want to stand on your own 2 feet and like kind of make a choice instead of be a follower, but anything in that situation, Ash was way more unlikable. Yeah, I think they could have sold you a bit better on certain things. There's definitely, I think you could pick out on almost any story and be like, this could have been a little better here and there. But I think the blend and how it all works ends up being pretty good. Pretty strong regardless. And like I said, I think a lot of that's because of the pace, because you're jumping between interesting storylines and stuff back and forth. Anyways, I don't. It's not like some god game. I'm not considering this like a god game or anything, but I enjoyed it. I figured I'd probably like it, but I'm glad that I actually did like it pretty well. And I was a little bit worried when we came in today that I was like, all right, I don't know about these updates, but I think that they sent them out strong. Yeah, hopefully they focus back in on like strong world building again and small stories and cool concepts. The big stuff is cool as a send off for sure, but definitely don't want too much of that. Or you being small existing in a big place. I mean, Opus Echo Star Song does that. You're small, but you exist in a big world that's not terribly happy, so similar deal. Anyways, thanks again for the biddies. Thanks guys for watching. Gonna jump off here, go get some food, and then might come back. Thinking about a few different things. So, game wise, we'll see. Here's the Kingdom just coming soon, so it's like I don't want to start anything long. So might do some more indies, maybe Wind Waker. We'll see. I've got a bunch of shit thinking about.